Good morning. Good morning, everybody. My name's Angus Watt. I get to be the moderator today. It's a real pleasure to be here at the University of Alberta. I am on the Senate of the University of Alberta, and I would like to acknowledge the fact that we're celebrating 100 years of medicine. You may have seen some of the signs around. And it's an honor to have you here this morning. Now, we've got a full day, and I'd like to get started. So first of all, in this summit, it's being live streamed on the internet, and will be archived on the summit's webpage. We'll be taking the occasional questions on the tweet with #Building Alberta. So if you want to follow that from that aspect to it. I have to tell you though, I am so tired. I'm so excited to be the moderator today that I stayed up all night. I woke up, couldn't get back to sleep, so I thought I'd go outside and look at the sky, and I said, I wonder where the sun is. And then finally it dawned on me. I was just checking to see if you're awake, okay? But I would like to start with a story because we have a very special group of people here today. We're looking for your input. We're looking for the input from everybody. I don't know how many people are familiar with the dead dog story. The dead dog story is about a chap who used to run every morning. And he'd go out. Some days he'd have a short course, long course, medium course, depending on the weather. He'd take different courses. But he'd always stop about 6:30 in the morning, about 5 blocks down, because there's a chap there that had a lab, a dog, a beautiful lab. And the lab would be out at 6:30 in the morning with the owner, and the runner would stop. And he'd stop, and he'd pet the dog, and he'd talk to the owner. They'd have a 5-10 minute conversation, then he'd walk back to his house. Eventually, as all dogs have a short life, the dog passed away. That owner wasn't out at 6:30 in the morning. But the runner continued to run, take his different trails, but always stopped at the same spot, even though he didn't have the reason to do it. So one of the things that we want to do as we go forward here in our future is take a look at doing things differently and not always do it the way that we've done it in the past. Our province is the growth plate of North America, and we're adding a new city the size of Red Deer every year at this point in time. We're growing so fast with unique problems, and we shouldn't be looking then for the easy answers or following the same path that we've used before. Today we're here to focus on our basic priorities of savings, what we might do, asking questions. Are our savings for preserving or are they for rescuing? Our rainy day fund, funds available in case of emergencies, or even retirement, like Norway, where they established a fund to provide a generous welfare fund for their citizens. Savings can be a reservation or an exception. We will touch, I'm sure, on the sources of revenues for savings. And of course, we can't talk about savings without discussing spending and investments. To save can be rescuing or preserving. It can be compensation. It can be like saving a sense of humor, or it can be thrifty. We are here today to explore the ideas around the purpose of savings and use the alternative financing. Today's discussions will help our government shape the future of Alberta's savings and financing for the public infrastructure. This is not a conversation, however, about budget priorities. The Minister of Finance and the President of the Treasury Board are holding meetings across the province and over the coming weeks to get the input into those areas. Or you can fill out the survey on alberta.ca. There will be an opportunity for questions after each session's presentation. I will ask you to stand up. I will repeat the question since we're being live streamed, and we'll try to get in as many as possible. So I would ask that you keep your questions brief, clear, and relevant. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce our first speaker, the Premier of your province, an individual with a history dedicated to human rights in the developing world, and a leader focused on helping Alberta thrive in a faster and more competitive world. Hi. And our Premier is dedicated to building the necessary infrastructure and investing in services to protect our future and our children's future, and focus on managing spending to ensure that the government lives within its means, and to hug me, and to expand access to new markets where Alberta's commodities can secure the best prices, not only for oil and gas and agriculture, but for us as well. Our Premier wants us to be competing full tilt in the global markets and sustaining our Alberta advantage. So ladies and gentlemen, your Premier of your province, Alison Redford.
Thank you, Angus. I'm this, apparently, yes. Well, good morning, everyone, and Angus, thank you very much for that very kind introduction, which I didn't mean to walk into the middle of, but hey, it's Saturday morning, so there we are. And thank you all for being here, because it is a Saturday morning, and it's a beautiful Saturday morning, and I was getting ready to come today, and I thought there's so many things that we can do with our families and our community today, and one of the reasons that we have the privilege of being able to do that, of course, is because we live in this incredible province. A province that is growing by leaps and bounds with over 4 million people in it as of last week, where we have a strong economy, where we have confidence in the future. We have the ability to have meetings like this in wonderful post-secondary institutions where we've been able to invest in the infrastructure and the programs that allow us to have the quality of life that we as Albertans have been fortunate enough to be able to grow up with and to have confidence about in terms of how this province can be developed and how we will continue to make decisions that will allow us to move forward. And today is important because it's our second economic. And I'm here to see what you want to tell us about your direction on public policy and the economy. And the two are inextricably tied. And one of the things that was so productive about the first summit was that people understood that you couldn't make economic decisions in isolation. We made decisions about the future of this province, that you were making decisions that would impact families and communities. That you couldn't make decisions around infrastructure investment without understanding that if you didn't invest in infrastructure, you wouldn't have schools. And if you didn't invest in infrastructure, you wouldn't have health care. And to make the decisions that we were able to make in the last budget, although it was a very tough budget, we're very much informed by the deliberations at the first economic summit. We thank you so much for being part of that, and we thank you for being back here today. Because the conversations that we have today will shape the destiny of this province, just as they did 6 months ago when we had our first summit. Now, some people say, why are you having summits? Why are you talking about this? Why are you asking the questions? Because we know that Albertans are thoughtful and passionate about the future of their province. And that each of you in this room today are intimately involved in making decisions that impact how government works, just as we are in making decisions that impact your work. You are family members, you are community members, and you are people that are thinking about what the future of this province needs to be. And it would be arrogant for us to presume that we had all the answers. And not to mention politically, if we didn't do it, we'd be criticized for not doing it. So it's a 50-50 shot, and we think this is the one worth taking. Because there's no doubt that as we move forward and we think about what we've committed to, which is our Building Alberta plan, that we have been able to connect the issues that matter to Albertans in a way that Albertans can see this makes sense. By investing in families and communities, we enhance quality of life. By living within our means, we ensure that every single taxpayer dollar that's spent is spent wisely and effectively. The work that Doug Horner has led with results-based budgeting isn't only about looking at whether or not existing programs are effective and efficiently paid for, but whether or not they're the right programs. And that dialogue, again, with many of you in this room, is about what we do to ensure that people can connect to programs that matter to them. Whether they're students, whether they're patients in the healthcare system, whether they're vulnerable Albertans that might be getting access to social services, or whether we're talking about the construction of roads. Whatever we need to do to ensure that we are effectively spending taxpayers' dollars, we want to do. Angus talked a little bit about opening new markets, about the incredible resources that we have in this province, and the resources that we want to make sure we can export to the world, which means that we have to tell our story. We have to be proud of who we are. We have to talk about our incredible energy industry, our forestry industry, and our agriculture industry. But not just the way that we've always developed our industry. We need to talk about it in terms of value added. What else can we do with our resources to ensure that as we move forward, we are creating value-added products that make sense for markets in the developing world, whether that be China, India, or Singapore? And we know that we see the greatest success when we have a variety of resources and products to export. And so we will continue to work with you to develop the right approach to using the incredible assets that Albertans have and that Albertans own to get the best market advantage around the world. And part of that value added is working with institutions such as the University of Alberta to make sure that the research and innovation agenda is as strong as it needs to be, and that all of these pieces of work that we invest in as taxpayers come together to provide the best economic success possible. So as we move forward and we look to what Albertans can expect in the next 4 or 5 years, we can refer to things like the PricewaterhouseCoopers report that says that business is confident in Alberta's economy. That doesn't come by accident. We don't get 4 million people coming to the province of Alberta by accident. The reason that people are coming is they have confidence in our future. They know that this is a province where they could raise their family and have a high quality of life. And the reason that we're able to say that as we move forward, we can continue to have confidence in that is because we're taking the time together to decide what that future will be. Now, the first reason we came together, you'll recall at the beginning of this year, was to really deal with some of the circumstances that were coming as a surprise to us. Of course, the $6 billion hit through the bitumen bubble was real. $6 billion, our entire education budget for a year. As we move forward, we can be proud of the decisions that we made as a caucus that Doug Horner led to ensure that we were putting Alberta on a solid fiscal framework to ensure that we could move forward in a sustainable way in the future. We made commitments to Albertans in the last election to work with teachers and to work with doctors to make sure that we were continuing to provide services to Albertans in a way that ensured that those programs could be sustainable. And because of that partnership, we've been able to accomplish that. But as we move forward, even since the bitumen bubble, we know that shocks and surprises are unavoidable. We know that as we think about this summer, that there was tremendous impact because of flooding in Fort McMurray and southern Alberta. And the people that responded to that, community leaders, families, friends, neighbors, Albertans from all over the province, truly understood what a catastrophe this was. So as we move forward and we think through the long-term planning as well as the immediate response, we know that we will continue to invest in the infrastructure that will allow us to rebuild this province in the way that Albertans can expect that to happen. One of the things that's important to us as a government, as I said earlier, is to ensure that we have dialogue. Do you want me to take this off? Okay, just a minute. You're expecting this one. There you go. Are you okay? So Larry just told me that he thought we had some news camera interference, but I probably shouldn't have said that, so. Anyway, one of the things that's important to us, I'm not sure this is working now. It is? Thanks, David. Okay. One of the things, whoa, now it's working. One of the things that's important to us in this dialogue is to ensure that we're having open and frank conversation. And the Fiscal Management Act, which we passed last session, was developed for your feedback. It is a commitment that we affirmed, and it's a commitment that we made in legislation. Because this is how we ensure that we pull our non-renewable resource revenues and put them to work for Albertans for the long term. Every year, we set aside in that act specific amounts of money to save. This is the first time in 25 years that a government has been able to make a commitment and keep a commitment to savings. And in the next 3 years, the Heritage Savings Fund will grow to over $25 billion. Because ever since I got involved in public life, Albertans said to me, we have to keep saving. We need to invest in our future. We need to plan for the future and invest in infrastructure but make sure that we live within our means and we understand that at the end of the day, what we grew up with was always that safety cushion, which was the Heritage Savings Fund. And so the commitment that we made was to ensure that we continue to grow that fund as we make the decisions that still allow us to build the economy. So it's essential for us here today to hear from you about what that looks like, about how we do that, and perhaps, because we have this discussion so much, why are we doing this? Why are we building the fund? Are we going to build the fund and have it sit in a bank account and collect interest and be very successful? Or are we going to be innovative? And I'll tell you quite frankly, I don't know the answer to that. But I know as I look around this room that I've had discussions with many of you who have very good ideas. And so there's no assumption that we make decisions quickly with respect to this, but there is an assumption that we need to talk about this. We need to talk about, again, what we do with our assets to make sure that we're continuing to grow our economy and to build our future. Of course, our population is getting bigger, and our population is also getting older. Our demographics are changing, and we certainly expect increased pressures on essential services like healthcare. It will impact our quality of life. And it will impact the quality of life not just of people who are receiving the services, but of course their children and their grandchildren. It's fundamental to us that we make the right decisions with respect to long-term investments in healthcare to ensure that people in our province are living their lives in dignity and with respect. So raising revenues is obviously one approach, and we're pursuing that. But we're pursuing it by opening new markets and by diversifying our exports. And we're making, as I said before, a concerted effort to save money. Because at the end of the day, thinking about whether or not we need to do things differently is, we believe, the most effective way to build government and programs and community for the future. So as we move forward, we will continue to do what we promised Albertans we would do 17 months ago. We would lead and will lead responsible change. But make no mistake, we have made change. And there are some who are afraid of that. And there are some who prey on the fears of people that are afraid of that. But as we look back over the past 17 months, and we see progress in building schools, in twinning Highway 63, in achieving labor agreements with our teachers, with our doctors, in building new schools, in creating family care clinics, what I'm hearing from Albertans is that they can see how all of these issues are connected. So we can do that work as part of the work that we do as government. Of course, another piece of that work are meetings like today, where we can sit and work with you to determine in the long term what is in the best fiscal interests of this province. Going back again to the principle that economic policy, public policy, and social policy are all part of the same conversation. So I look forward to your discussions. I know it'll be an interesting day. I thank you for being here. And I know that as we move forward over the next month, month and a half, that we'll continue to see very robust dialogue as a result of this meeting. And I thank you so much for being here today. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Premier. It's interesting that in 25 years, with everything that we've had, now we're starting to save. In a period of time when we've got more volatility, but we're used to volatility because we've had volatility for the last 25, 30 years. But it certainly, for the people in this room today, gives us a task to challenge the speakers and ask the questions to make sure that we're thinking and we have good thoughts, positive thoughts, constructive thoughts, but thoughts that can open our minds. And if we came up with just one new idea today, then this meeting's been a great success. Because historically, we keep on going back to what other people are doing. This is a chance for Albertans and the people in Alberta that have the experience and the insight, us today here in this room, and the people online watching, and the people that fill out the surveys to give us the opportunity to give us some new ideas, brighter ideas. They're not all going to be good. They're not all going to be mine. They're going to be yours. And I tell you what, we're going to have fun. And with that, we want to take a look at our past. And we take a look at our past, we've brought in Kyle Fawcett. Fawcett, right? Where's Kyle? Kyle, come on up.
I'll have your own microphone, sir.
I'll keep this one.
You can keep that. You have a presentation? Yeah. Or no. Good morning, and welcome to the first session of the Government of Alberta's second Economic Summit. Thanks, Angus. I'm glad that I wasn't the only one up all night excited about the opportunity to participate in this as well. I'll be providing a bit of a historical overview on the province's fiscal policies over the last 4 decades, some of the lessons learned, and our plan moving forward. At the center of this overview, I'll highlight some of the unique complexities of managing a revenue stream that relies significantly on non-renewable resource revenues, the policies and circumstances that determine how this revenue is used, or more specifically, how this revenue is to be saved for the benefit of Albertans, the future benefit of Albertans who are owners of the resource. Although saving is about the future, Alberta's past experience can shed some light on the challenges, complexities, and opportunities involved as we move forward with our new saving strategy. This includes the task of clarifying the purpose for which we are saving, of which the Premier alluded to just a few minutes ago. Furthermore, I'll also talk about the financing of capital and social investment, which are critical components of a healthy economy and society. Before I get into this historical overview of savings and fiscal policies, it is important to provide some comment on the unique complexities of revenues generated from non-renewable resource revenues. Non-renewable resource revenues have long posed challenges for fiscal policy in both Alberta and resource-producing jurisdictions worldwide. In Alberta, the main source of this revenue includes royalties and land sales from oil and gas, as well as to a lesser degree coal. The volatile and tenuous nature of global commodity prices result in a roller coaster effect on resource revenues, with many ups and downs, twists and turns. As much as 50% of Alberta's own source revenues in 1981-82 came from resource revenue, and as little as 15% in 1998-99. Albertans have long recognized that resource revenue should be treated differently from other sources of revenue due both to its volatility and exhaustible nature. We know that saving a proportion of our resource revenue should serve as a buffer against economic instability. This can also help us become less reliant on these revenues as they will one day dwindle as resources are depleted. This, however, has proven to be extremely challenging. To overcome this challenge, we will need to address many interrelated policy issues, including the development of effective and durable savings rules, managing program spending, and providing stable capital funding to facilitate and manage economic and population growth. I'll talk about these issues in a moment, but first I'll begin the history lesson. Let me start off with the 70s. Before 1976, Alberta used all of its resource revenue on current budget purposes. In the early to mid-70s, OPEC initiated policies that tripled real oil prices over the course of about a year. In response, the government established the Heritage Fund, a mechanism to deal with windfall revenue resulting from escalating oil prices. In 1976, government made an initial installment of $1.5 billion into the fund and required that 30% of the province's non-renewable resource revenue be transferred to the Alberta Heritage Savings Trust Fund each year. And that fund retained all of its income generated on a yearly basis. The Heritage Fund was created with 3 clear purposes. One is to provide an alternative revenue base for the future. Second was to generate capital investment and for economic diversification. And the third was to provide quality of life improvements for Albertans. As part of these last two objectives, up to 25% of the Heritage Fund's assets could be invested in capital projects and to facilitate economic development through loans to Alberta-based corporations. Additionally, the Heritage Fund also invested in two special purpose endowments. But before I get to that, I just want to note that investments by the Heritage Fund endeavors, such as the Syncrude project, the Alberta Energy Company, and AOSTRA, contributed significantly to the development of the flourishing oil sands that we see here today in Alberta. And additionally, the fund also invested in two special purpose endowments, the Heritage Foundation for Medical Research and the Scholarship Fund. It can be concluded that over this time period in the history of our province, between 1976 and 1986, a rules-based province-building approach to resource revenue savings was employed by the government and resulted in some notable success. By March 1986, the value of the Heritage Fund had grown to nearly $12.7 billion, almost equal to the province's total budgetary revenues that year. Now we get to the 80s, the decade of wild hairstyles, the music video, and rapidly decreasing oil prices. As quickly as oil prices tripled in the 1970s, they began to fall in the mid-80s. In 1986-87, resource revenue fell by over 60% from the previous fiscal year. And over the next 7 years, resource revenue averaged just $2.4 billion annually, about half its average annual in the first half of the 1980s. The province ran a string of multi-billion-dollar budget deficits, and debt financing of both operating and capital spending began to erode the savings approach that was put in place in the 70s. As a result, the cumulated debt of the province grew from $5 billion in March 1986 to $22.7 billion 8 years later. Changes to rules around the Heritage Fund had an impact as well on the province's finances. For example, earnings from the Heritage Fund were transferred into general revenue rather than being retained in the fund. And eventually, rules for allocating a proportion of non-renewable resource revenue to the fund were eliminated. Between March 1996 and March 1986 and March 1994, the value of the Heritage Fund declined to under $12 billion. And by March 1994, Alberta had a net debt of $8.3 billion, a $21 billion reversal in the province's balance sheet in 8 years. This period in our history was certainly highlighted by severe fiscal stagnation and an erosion of a rules-based savings policy. However, in 1993, the government established the Alberta Financial Review Commission in response to this severe fiscal deterioration. The commission recommended that government cut costs to eliminate the deficit. Between 1992-93 and 1996-97, government reduced total program spending by more than 20%. And during this period, capital investment followed a pay-as-you-go approach. The government also made legislative changes, narrowing the Heritage Fund's mandate to focus on maximizing financial returns, ending its earlier focus on economic development and quality of life initiatives. The Heritage Fund was restructured in 1997, collapsing the various divisions of the fund over time into fixed income securities and equities. During this roughly 7-year period, about $5.5 billion in investment income was generated by the Heritage Fund and transferred into general revenues to support the government's fiscal plan. And the value of the Heritage Fund increased only marginally from $11.8 billion in March 1994 to $12.3 billion by March 2002. This period is reflective of strong fiscal consolidation policies and a move toward an endowment-based savings strategy. Into the early 2000s, resource revenues started to grow, mostly a result of high natural gas prices, However, annual volatility remained a huge challenge to the budgetary process and fiscal health of the province. So in 2002, the government established the Alberta Financial Management Commission to address, in part, this challenge. The Commission recommended changes to the fiscal framework, including the establishment of new mechanisms for short-term fiscal risk management, as well as changes to capital budgeting. The Sustainability Fund was established to help protect the fiscal plan from revenue volatility, to fund emergencies and disasters, and to settle First Nations land claims. A cap of $3.5 billion was put on the use of resource revenue for current year program spending, with any additional revenue above this cap to be deposited into the Sustainability Fund. This cap was subsequently raised in increments to a level of $5.3 billion by the year 2008. Further, a mechanism for capital budgeting, the Alberta Capital Account, was created as a result of this commission as well. And it was to provide an additional source of financing for capital infrastructure projects. Funds allocated to this capital account in one year could be used for projects in future years to meet capital commitments. This deviated from the previous approach, as those dollars could only be reinstated only if there was room within the next year's fiscal plan. Finally, it was at this time that the government also amended the Fiscal Responsibility Act to permit borrowing for capital purposes. All of these changes coincided with a dramatic rise in capital spending, which grew from $1.7 billion in 2003, 2004 to $7.6 billion in 2008-09, as the province experienced considerable economic and population growth. In line with the growth during this period, Alberta's revenues were also on the rise. Resource revenue was averaging $11 billion per year. Addressing the pressures associated with growth meant that total program expense also rose by $13 billion, or 66% between 2002-03 and 2007-08. However, revenues were more than sufficient to cover this increased spending, and the province ran nearly $31 billion in year-end surpluses over this same time period, essentially allocating these surpluses as savings. As a result, by March 2008, all provincial debt was paid off. The assets in the Sustainability Fund and the capital account were at $7.7 billion and $7.5 billion, respectively. In addition, approximately $2.9 billion from budget surpluses was deposited into the Heritage Fund between 2005 and 2008. And 3 special purpose endowment funds were created: the Access to the Future Endowment Fund, the Alberta Heritage Science and Engineering Research Endowment Fund, and the Alberta Cancer Prevention Legacy Fund. The value of the Heritage Fund increased from $11.4 billion to $16.4 billion, due in part to the ad hoc deposits from year-end surpluses. However, in terms of priorities during this period in our history, long-term savings generally took a backseat to both short-term fiscal risk management and capital spending. I'm sure the global recession that hit us in 2008-09 is still sharply ingrained in the minds of many Albertans. In just 9 months, the province saw $6.9 billion decline in its projected revenue, resulting in government making major changes to Alberta's fiscal framework to make it more flexible. This including eliminating a cap on the amount of resource revenue that could be used for current year program spending. Capital account assets were transferred to the Sustainability Fund, and budget deficits were now permitted, provided that there were sufficient funds available in the Sustainability Fund to offset them. After 2009, the government also took direct borrowing for capital purposes with a 3-year borrowing program. In this period, program spending increased by $7.5 billion over 5 years to more than $40 billion. This had a significant impact on savings. The government drew upon short-term savings in the Sustainability Fund to fund nearly $8.2 billion in budget deficits and other cash requirements that occurred over these 5 years. As a result, the Sustainability Fund fell from $16.8 billion as of March 2009 to $3.3 billion in March 2013. The global economic turmoil also exposed Alberta's long-term savings accounts to increased risk. The Heritage Fund incurred a net loss of nearly $2.6 billion in the 2008-9 fiscal year, reducing its value from $16.4 billion to under $14 billion in 1 year. And this period of fiscal turmoil and the drawdown of our short-term savings brings us to today. As of March 31st, 2013, the Heritage Fund's value stands at $14.8 billion, about $1.5 billion below its level 5 years before. As we look back, we can see how government's policy responses over the last 40 years reflect changing economic circumstances. Certainly, some may disagree with the choices that were made, but choices had to be made. And there were, and there will continue to be tough decisions. As we make new policy decisions moving forward, we can look at the past and use the lessons learned to develop better policies moving forward. The first lesson to be learned is that Alberta's savings approaches are most successful when they're broadly supported by Albertans. Strong leadership and communications are critical success factors to achieving this, and the Heritage Fund is a good example, as the public was involved with the Heritage Fund since its early beginnings. The second lesson is the need to establish a clear purpose and set of goals, which I believe will be discussed at length here today. The creation of the Heritage Fund was as much about investing in the future by strengthening and diversifying the economy and improving quality of life for Albertans, as it was about the depleting nature of our energy resources. A third lesson is to set clear and realistic rules and targets and stick to them. In the beginning, 30% of annual resource revenue was deposited into the Heritage Fund, and the fund would retain 100% of its income. By the mid-1980s, resource revenue fell, Alberta's bottom line took a hit, and the savings rules were gradually abandoned. This cycle was again repeated in the mid-2000s, where rules were created around the use of resource revenue, to which they were eventually eliminated to deal with emerging economic realities of the day. 2 points are worth noting here. The first is that the Heritage Fund had more success in the first decade when it followed fixed savings rules. When the rules became more flexible later on, it had less success. The second point is that rules need to be realistic. It could be argued that requiring 30% of resource revenue to be deposited into the Heritage Fund every year, regardless of the province's fiscal or economic realities, was not entirely realistic. The lesson here is that a successful savings policy must not only have a clear set of rules, but also be more responsive to changes in the province's revenue intake. The fourth lesson that we can conclude is that managing program spending is important for continued fiscal stability and continued quality of life. The ups and downs of the energy market create ups and downs in our revenue. We need to constantly manage spending so that we have the ability to save consistently in both good times and in challenging ones. Simply put, we need to create a permanent culture of expenditure management to prevent savings commitments from being abandoned to current fiscal realities during the downturns. The fifth lesson from our recent history as a province is to provide a stable funding platform for capital investment. The province's approach to capital budgeting has varied considerably over the past 40 years, driven by volatile revenues and ever-changing political realities and priorities. Our capital spending levels have fluctuated often dramatically. This boom and bust capital spending has exacerbated issues around infrastructure development, maintenance, and service delivery. The lesson is more about consistency of capital investment rather than levels of investment. During the 2012 Premier Redford asked me to engage Albertans regarding their thoughts and views about capital investment and financing. And they clearly indicated that they view capital investment as fundamentally distinct from regular operating spending, and accordingly, that it should be budgeted for differently. More specifically, Albertans made clear that needed capital investment should be protected from the ups and downs of economic cycles, and that they supported utilizing all financial tools at our disposal for capital investment when it made economic and financial sense to do so, including direct borrowing and public-private partnerships. Moving forward, our government has used these lessons in developing the new Fiscal Management Act that was tabled and passed in the legislature in concert with Budget 2013, in effect establishing a new era of fiscal policies and management for our province. For example, Alberta has once again taken a rules-based approach towards savings. Beginning no later than 2015-16, a sliding percentage of annual resource revenue will be set aside as savings in the budget each and every year. These savings will be allocated to the contingency account until it reaches $5 billion. Once that happens, these prescribed resource revenue savings will be deposited into the Heritage Savings Trust Fund or Special Purpose Endowment Funds. The Heritage Fund will also retain a growing portion of its annual income again. By 2017-18 and in all subsequent years, all of the Heritage Fund's net income will be retained in the fund, just like it was when the fund was established nearly 4 decades ago. Based on the fiscal outlook in Budget 2013, over $3.2 billion in savings will be set aside over the next 3 years alone. This savings policy also helps us live within our means by controlling spending, which means being fiscally prudent when revenues are up, as well as providing for appropriate flexibility and prudence when they are down. Living within our means is a priority for this government. In the current fiscal year, operating spending is being held essentially at the same level it was in the previous year. The 3-year fiscal plan, tabled as part of Budget 2013, indicates that operational spending increases are being held at 2% for each of the subsequent years in that 3-year fiscal plan. That is well below the rate of inflation plus population growth combined. In addition, as Premier Redford mentioned, we're reviewing all of our programs and services through the results-based budgeting process, ensuring that they're as effective and efficient as possible. And we've established a contingency account, formerly the Sustainability Fund, to serve primarily as a short-term fiscal stabilization vehicle to protect valued programs and services from volatility. Budget 2013 establishes a targeted balance for the contingency account at about 15% of the province's operational revenues, placing an informal ceiling on the contingency account. As well, Alberta will use a mix of pay-as-you-go, borrowing, and other innovative financial mechanisms to fund needed capital investment, where it makes financial sense, thus bringing more stability, predictability, and consistency to capital planning, to capital planning and to the capital plan, which is approximately $5 billion. Current plans include issuing debt with a variety of terms to maturity, thus taking advantage of current low borrowing rates and our AAA credit rating that we've worked so hard for. Amounts borrowed for capital not required in a particular year will be deposited into a capital plan financing account. We will also set money aside each year in a capital debt repayment account to ensure sufficient cash is available to repay the debt over a 30-year period, the typical normal life cycle of major capital projects. And any amounts required for capital debt servicing costs will be drawn from current year revenue. As indicated, part of this new approach to capital budgeting and financing, the Alberta government is open to pursuing innovative alternative financing models if and when they make financial sense. As we identify these opportunities, we need to discuss them with Albertans. Alberta already has experience with alternative financing. We've employed a public-private partnership model, or P3, over the past decade. In Alberta, P3 is an infrastructure project in which a private contractor designs and builds the project, provides some or all of the financing, and receives payment from the government over an extended period of time. This approach has allowed the government to transfer some of the risk of infrastructure investment to the private sector. Alberta is using a P3 model to build 40 new schools, the Evan Thomas Water Treatment and Wastewater Treatment Facility in Kananaskis Country, and the ring road projects such as Stony Trail in Calgary and the Anthony Henday in Edmonton. Today, we are currently examining the merits of using P3s to finance construction of seniors and long-term care facilities, social and affordable housing, and possibly the new cancer center planned for Calgary. A variety of other financing tools are being used or presently in development in jurisdictions outside of Alberta. Not all approaches will fit for our province, but it's worth putting some of those on the table for discussion. For example, transportation pricing or tolls are an alternative financing tools worth examining. This is essentially revenue received for capital purposes, and it could offer a means of accelerating the time frame under which selected transportation infrastructure pays for itself. As with many financing instruments, there are benefits and there are drawbacks. Tolls are being considered in the US and Europe today, or are being used and considered in both the US and Europe today. In Canada, several facilities are presently tolled, most being bridges or highways. Highway 407 in Toronto is an example of the modern urban tollway in Canada. The user pays, and it is privately operated. Does transportation pricing make sense for Alberta? That's up for discussion. Another area the government of Alberta is exploring is innovative financing. Innovative financing is the possibility of using social impact bonds to finance social programs under the social policy framework. A social impact bond is a contract between a government and an investor, or a group of investors, where the return on the bond is directly tied to projected cost savings or avoidance that will accrue to the government as a result of the program. Social impact bonds have several potential benefits. For example, they attract new sources of financing for social programs, and they tie payments for those programs to results. But they are not a cure-all, as there are issues associated with implementation, such as measuring performance and aligning private and social objectives within the design of the program. While social impact bonds have yet to be proven in practice as an effective cost-saving approach, they are an interesting concept that bears closer examination and discussion. We have plenty to discuss here today, and I hope this session has provided some food for thought. Alberta has a long history of saving, some eras more successful than others. The same can be said for our approaches to capital financing. We have a lot of opportunity ahead of us. We have a lot of opportunity ahead of us as we set out our new path of saving and financing. And we have a lot of experience to draw upon as we move forward. Furthermore, and as the Premier mentioned earlier, Albertans are passionate about doing the right thing for today and for tomorrow. So we have a wealth of knowledge and expertise to tap into as we examine our options. Much of the wealth is right here in this room and also watching online from the comfort of their own homes. I look forward to the continuation of this conversation and other issues, I look forward to the continuation of this conversation and conversation on other issues to the broader dialogue with Albertans in the days and months to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Now we have some people in the back on both sides, and they've got some tests that we're going to hand out here. You covered a lot of ground. And now we're going to have some questions. And the way these questions are going to go, you can stand up, raise your hand, I'll point to you, you'll ask your question, and then I'll repeat it because we're live streaming, and then you get to answer the question. And if we don't have a question to get started with, the good news is I do. Yes, go ahead. So the question is basically, or you could just turn around and ask Doug. We call this networking. Let me sure I get your name right. So your question is on the new pension reforms and the numbers we're talking about, does it include the debt and the pension deficit? The liabilities of the pensions, which is the discussion of the day. And we're not going to say that it's Phyllis, okay? We'll just call you Joan. Doug, come on up.
Well, no, and thank you very much. It is a good question because it does reflect to the future in the province. Because if we're talking about savings on the one hand, as Kyle's been talking about, and the unfunded liabilities that we have in terms of the pensions, that's why we're going to deal with it. And we're not dealing with it in a short term, we're dealing with it long term. So the changes we're making around early retirement, around the targeted COLA versus a guaranteed COLA, around the cap to contribution rates, all of those things are things that experts over the years have told us we need to do to our public service pension plans. But the thing that I want to be really clear about, we're protecting what you've earned and we're protecting the promise we made to those that are in the pensions today. That part of it is something that I think needs to be quite clear. We're also in the consultation phase right now. So nothing is written in stone at this point. We're talking about legislation next spring. So we're working on dealing with the unfunded liability in a responsible way, not trying to hack it and move forward, which is what some of the other folks thought we were going to do. So I think it's a balanced approach that we're looking at, and we're going to continue the dialogue with the representatives of all of the four pensions which we're the trustee of. So.
Phyllis, did that answer your question? Do you have a supplemental question? Yeah, thank you. But I think it is fair to say, Mr. Minister, is that pensions around the world, demographically, as people are getting older, we're looking at changing a lot of different things. And the amount of money going into it, the amount of money going out of it, when somebody might receive it. And, you know, whether you receive it, I know that in the Netherlands, we're looking at changing the age to 67 or 69. And, you know, I was talking about this on Global yesterday, is that somebody said, wow, geez, and it was Shay, he says, hopefully there's money there when I get there. Well, we've had this discussion for as long as I remember, and it's been funded in Canada on a continuous basis. We just have to make sure that we have an understanding of the disciplines we need. And I think Kyle was talking about that when he says, you know, we've got to keep it simple, and we have to have rules, and we have to enforce the rules. And I think that's what you're trying to do, is try to make sure right now, as you go through this process, trying to collect everything, get the information, and then adjust the rules for the future and for our children. Is there anything else you'd like to add? All right. Do I have another question? So now I get to ask mine. On the sustainability fund, going back to like 2008 and 2009 when we look back, if we didn't have the sustainability fund, which is different than the Alberta Heritage Savings and Trust Fund, would we have been building the infrastructure, the roads and the bridges and the schools that we have built? Would we have that money? Or what might have happened if we didn't have a sustainability fund when the market went through a huge pullback?
Well, certainly if we didn't have that fund, we would have been left with the choice to either not build that infrastructure or to build it through debt financing. And you know, we talk about, you know, our savings, and as I mentioned, over that period in the mid-2000s, close to, you know, it's well over $30 billion was put towards paying off our accumulated deficit from previous eras, put into the sustainability fund and the capital account, or put into the heritage fund. And that money, about $16 billion of that money was put into the sustainability fund, and that was used to cover off a significant portion of the infrastructure that we built in that time period. A time period, frankly, where prices were much lower than what they had been because of the economic recession, and a time period where some of our industries were going through very difficult times because of the economic recession, and we were able to keep Albertans employed. You know, around the world, Governments were investing in public infrastructure as a stimulus activity, and we were able to leverage some of the resources that the federal government was providing for economic stimulus because of the cash that we had on hand.
You look like you want to say something. Okay, so just before that, though, in 2008, you were saying that we were debt-free, and we're all celebrating we were net debt-free, and you go through the process, and then we had the sustainability fund we were able to build. But what about debt? You know, you take a look at the history of it. At certain times we used it, certain times we celebrate that we were debt-free. We go through this period of time. What are your thoughts, and what have we learned about debt? Is it something we should be looking at today?
Oh, well, what I do think, and when I look at the history of our province, I certainly make a very clear distinction between debt as far as financial instruments that we might have on the books to leverage our assets, as opposed to net debt, where our liabilities, our financial liabilities way exceed our financial assets. And certainly, as I mentioned, as we came out of the 80s into the early 90s, we had a deterioration of about $21 billion in our financial position, which put us in a position as a province where we had $8 billion worth of net debt. And I think that's a real clear distinction for me in the sense that when you have net debt, I think you should be concerned about your financial standing. Whereas if you have cash assets that maybe offset some of your debt instruments, so you have cash on hand that you could theoretically liquidate to pay off that debt that exists, then that's a different story. So for me, there's a clear distinction between debt instruments and net debt, where your liabilities exceed your cash on hand.
And I agree 100% with what Kyle just said. The only things that I would add is when we paid off our credit card, we were paying off during a period of time where we were using a credit card to pay for our groceries. We were having operational deficits. That accumulated deficit was paid off, but the reality is we were also accumulating a physical infrastructure deficit during that period of time because we weren't investing in the schools and the hospitals and the roads that we needed to do. That's just as much a debt to me to the future generations as if we can match that up in a period of low interest rates to the amortization and the life of that asset, which is what business does every day. That makes a lot more financial sense. The cap that we put into the Fiscal Management Act is very much geared towards if it doesn't make financial sense to use low interest rate financing for long-term assets, then you're going to hit the cap sooner. Because if interest rates rise, our borrowing cap actually goes down. So that's why we developed it that way. And to Kyle's point too, if you're in a business or if you're in your home and you're borrowing to pay the rent, you're in trouble. That's not what we're talking about doing. In fact, it's still illegal for us to do that. What we're talking about is if I'm going to build a road or a hospital or a school that has a life expectancy of 40 years or useful life, why wouldn't you amortize it out over the 40 years in a period of low interest rates? Every financial expert that I've talked to has said that's the appropriate thing to do. Every rating agency in Toronto that we talk to says it's the appropriate thing to do. I think when you think about responsible financial management, that's what we're looking at, not money in the mattress type management, which doesn't actually make your money work for you.
I wasn't going to let you read this question. So we have our first Twitter question. What is a good example of a social impact bond? I was going to ask the same question. This is from Greg Oldring.
Sure. I am familiar with a couple. A great example is one where there's some investors looking at investing in building prisons and programs around incarceration, of which they would put forward the money in those programs, in that capital investment to build those prisons, and the payment for operating those would be tied to recidivism rates. So if they're able to reduce the recidivism, on an ongoing basis and able to prove that they're able to do that with the prisoners, they would get a return on that investment. And certainly we know from a public standpoint, from a government standpoint, that would then result in savings to other government departments, whether it be justice or human services or the Solicitor General, because our communities would be safer and there'd be less problems out in our communities.
Doug, anything you want to add? Could you give me, like in the state of California, is that what they're doing in the state of California?
You know what? I think they're being looked at all over. I know that there's some happening in the East Coast. It's being explored quite a bit in the UK as well. Okay. Again, as I mentioned, these are programs that are sort of in their very early stages of being developed. There are definitely some challenges that need to be worked out, but I don't think it's something at this point that we should turn a blind eye to.
Okay, we do have a question.
I'd just like to ask about specifically in talking of investment in infrastructure, people say that investing in the future is what we have to do, it's what Albertans in the past did. Let's stop apologizing and let's build.
All right. So, just so the people that are live streaming, maybe you want to repeat the question. I get to test him as well, okay?
Okay.
So the bottom line is, should we be bold on our infrastructure, be proud that we're Albertans, do as we've done in the past, and as our mayor said the other day, great cities have great futures, great provinces have great futures, and I think that's your point. Shouldn't we be investing in our future? And we have to do that through infrastructure. Is that fair? And
yeah.
Our universities too.
I do think that when we experience the economic and population growth that we do in this province from time to time, as the Premier mentioned, people come here because of not because we want them to, they come here because of the opportunity that is presented to them to make a life for their family. And we need to continue to support that growth, and infrastructure is so key to that. I think we've seen times throughout our history where we've reduced that spending based off of the ups and downs of the economy, and we found that in the long run that ends up costing us more money. And when we did our consultations this fall, it was very clear with business and industry leaders that they would like to see the government stick to a very clear and consistent capital plan and not the ups and downs, because that, like I said, tends to be more costly. And frankly, during those periods, impacts our quality of life.
And I think when we look at what we're talking about being bold, when we said we were going to stick to a $5 billion plus capital plan every year going out, we're going to stay there. The Premier made a commitment that we're going to do post-secondary infrastructure, we're going to do new schools, we're going to do new roads, we're going to do the twinning of the city's ring roads, or we're going to be finishing those ring roads. We're going to be adding the rebuild now on top of that capital plan. So we are looking for your thoughts about, when you say be bold, give us some ideas of what you mean by that. Is it the high-speed rail? Is it something that you're thinking about that really makes, is it the new institute of the MIT of the North? Let's have that discussion, and let's add it into what we're already doing.
Okay, we've got 10 minutes, so we're going to got 3 questions anyways. Sir?
Yeah, my question is around accountability and binding into the future. I mean, as you look historically over your description of what's happened in the past, the government's made changes basically on what happened according to what's going on in present time. What leads us to believe that the plans that you're making right now are going to somehow bind the government in the future? How does that work?
Yeah, and what I said is...
hang on. We just have to repeat the question. So what's happening in government today and our planning for today, how do we ensure that it's going to be in place and carried through in the future? How do we protect that? Is that fair?
And what I'll do is I'll talk specifically about our savings rules. And I mentioned that one of the lessons that we've learned over time is one of the reasons why our rules have been changed or they've had to be eliminated is because, frankly, I think what we learned is that they weren't flexible enough to deal with the changing times. And what we tried to put in place, and we had some very good discussions about this before we brought this forward, was creating a rule that was flexible. And that's why we have a sliding scale. And the way that scale works around that is it's 5% on the first $10 billion of non-renewable resource revenue gets put away into savings, 25% on the next $5 billion, and 50% on everything over $15 billion. And we believe what that will do is, if prices go down, provides us the flexibility to still keep the rule in place, as well as to meet current needs. And as prices go up, it will allow us to start to save more in those good years, as well as the secondary benefit is that that keeps us from increasing spending like we've seen in the history when revenues go up as well, because it provides a bit of a natural barrier on the amount of revenue you bring in for current year purposes.
Thanks, Carl. Your partner wants to say something.
Thanks, and it is a very good question. How are we going to ensure that we have the accountability? One of the reasons we separated out the operating budget from the capital budget, from the savings budget, was so that you as Albertans can actually see what we're doing in operating, can see what we're doing in savings, and you can see what we're doing on the capital plan. Because in the past, it was all blended together. One of the reasons why people have been confused about what happened to the sustainability fund and they think we spend it on operating was because it was all blended together. It actually went into capital. I think it's important that Albertans understand those three plans. It's also important to understand that what Kyle just mentioned is the minimums. There's nothing stopping us from putting more money than what those formulas are into those funds. But I'm going to come back to a question the Premier asked you in her comments this morning. We're putting it away. What are we going to use it for when it hits $100 billion? What are we going to use it for when it goes beyond that? What's the best use of those dollars for us, for the future, for your kids, for my grandkids? That's the kinds of things that we want to have out there. The accountability mechanism that we put in place is legislated. For the first time in 25 years, we've got legislated savings, plans, and formulas that we must do. That's the accountability piece, and it's also transparent, so you can see what we're doing on operating, see what we're doing on savings, and see what we're doing on capital.
Yes, sir. All right, just to repeat the question, and Kyle, we've got 6 minutes for 2 questions.
Okay.
Do you want to start? Because the minister also wants to answer the question. Yeah. And the question is, on infrastructure spending, we have been spending more than our share versus the rest of Canada. And therefore, if we're spending more than our share versus other parts of Canada, how is it we still have a deficit in infrastructure spending today? Is that fair? Thank you.
What I will say is that as someone that's elected to represent the interests of those that put me here, when we have communities that don't have schools, roads that need to be twinned up to Fort McMurray, communities like South Calgary that was growing tremendously and didn't have a hospital, those things need to be built. And they're very expensive projects. Cities that are growing that need a ring road. Very expensive projects. I don't know if you can technically put a real number on infrastructure deficits. I'm sure engineers could try to do that for you. But I know as an elected person, when my constituents talk about some of the needed infrastructure that they need in their communities to improve their quality of life around what their expectations are of being Albertans, then we start to talk about whether we have the sufficient investment or not, and whether there's a deficit or not.
The other thing that I would add to that is three things I would add to that. The first one is, in my community on Friday, we opened the site of a new school, K-9 school in Spruce Grove. The largest cohort of population in Spruce Grove today is 0 to 4. You tell me in any of the other provinces where you have a community where the largest cohort is 0 to 4. 9% of the population of Spruce Grove is that age. None of those other jurisdictions you're comparing us to have that kind of population growth. You had 137,000 people move into our province last year. No other province has had that kind of growth. The other thing I would tell you is when you have an economy that's booming the way that we are booming, you can't tell me that the plumber that is building a piece of a hospital, not a whole hospital, but a piece of a hospital in Manitoba is going to cost the same as the guy that's doing it here in Alberta. And I'm not saying that's bad, but we do have inflationary pressures on our costs. So to build the same infrastructure in our province does cost a little more. So when you talk about the 3 times the national average, I'm not a big fan of this per capita stuff because frankly, we had 100,000 people that weren't included in our capital, but we're still building the hospital for them. We're still building the school for their kids. When you have growth, we're going to be ahead of it. And in fact, when we have growth and we're not ahead of it, we get behind even faster. The other piece that I'll ask you to talk to AAMDNC, the Association of Municipalities and Counties. Talk to the Alberta Urban Municipal Associations. Ask them if they think they have an infrastructure deficit. The answer is yes. So when we do MSI, that's why.
Thank you very much. I had a question up here. Yes, sir.
I don't know if it's politically correct at this point, but could we not just increase the royalty revenues for oil and gas, everything else that we're extracting out of the ground, messes about? Can we not go to the source and say, look, you got to pay your fair share so we can increase the value of the dollars that Albertans need?
Okay, so the question is, for the sake of time, the question is, should we increase our royalties?
Yeah.
That's the question.
I saw Gil McGowan clapping down here because it means more salaries. No. What it means is economic diversity and economic expansion in our province is what actually raises the tax take. So as we get more businesses making better wealth, our income and from our corporate and our personal income taxes go up. You don't need to raise the tax percentage. You need to raise the number of people that are making money. So if we're going to have a strong economy in our province and we're going to be expanding the number of people that are paying us tax, you're going to expand the amount of corporate and personal income tax. And I can point you to our first quarter. Our personal and corporate income taxes are both rising. That's because we have the best economy in Canada to come and actually create a business. When you talk about royalty rates and tax rates, when you talk about how we compare to other jurisdictions versus the cost of that extraction, the cost of doing that business, we're actually quite competitive. If you start tinkering with that again, you start shutting in. We've already been down that road. It doesn't help your tax base.
I do have time for one last question.
Speaking of salaries, what can the government of Alberta do with the public sector, with the public service sector, which is the largest chunk of our budget, to ensure that salaries, benefits, and the incentive structures in the public service are at least comparable to nonprofit and private sector? Because right now there's a fairly gross imbalance in terms of how we manage.
So as far as income goes of our public servants, you want to make sure that they should be higher or lower than the private enterprise? Comparable. And then what can the government do to put everything in balance? Kyle, I'm going to let you start there. Then Doug.
What I'll say is I think we're already doing it. We've got a new agreement with teachers, which holds their salaries relatively stable over the next 3 years. We've got a new agreement with doctors, which does for the most part the same thing. And we know that when we talked about living within our means, that over that period where we saw the extended, that I mentioned, where we saw really high increases in operating spending, a lot of that was being driven by public sector salaries. And we won't apologize for that, but there comes points in time, certain points in our history where we have to make decisions with our employee groups to bring those back in line, whether they be comparable to other private sector groups across the province or to the nonprofit and private sector as you suggested. And so we've worked on that, and I think what we're doing and living within our means and keeping operating spending to a 0% increase this year and 2% and 2% next year has been focused on that cost driver on salaries.
I think the other piece that very quickly, because I know Angus is giving me the evil eye here, the other piece I would add is for too many years, public sector has been leading private sector in a lot of these areas. It's time that we actually followed a little bit and we allowed the not-for-profit area to catch up to us a little bit because of that gap you're talking about. So when we look at not-for-profit sector, it's very valuable to Alberta's economy that we have a vibrant not-for-profit sector. We want to look at ways and means that maybe, and here's a thought, maybe there's things you could do with your savings in the future to actually help out the not-for-profit sectors and to help them come up to where we need them to be. And I know we've got some panelists coming a little bit later on that might even throw that out there as one of those things. But frankly, it's time we followed instead have led the private sector when it's regarding compensation and in fact in pension reform.
Just to add is in a wealthy province like this, we never have to apologize for, paying our doctors the best or our teachers the best or anything like that. The question really becomes is how much more do we pay them than in other jurisdictions? And that's really the conversation that we've engaged those employee groups about.
Okay, so listen, what we've spent time on so far this morning is the past and an understanding of our sustainability fund and the Alberta Heritage Fund, and going through the endowment programs. We've got an understanding that we've got the ministers right here in the floor to answer the questions. As we come back, at 1:45, the hour, 11:15, we're going to be focusing on the future. And that's going to be the focus for the balance of the day, is the future. We've got a base now. I think we have an understanding of some of the issues in the past, some of the things that have worked really well, some of the things that we've changed. Whether we should have changed them or not doesn't really matter. But the bottom line is what we're focusing on is going forward, our future for ourselves and for our children. Enjoy yourselves. We'll be back ready to get started at 1:45. And Kyle, thank you very much. Let's have a round of applause for him. Okay. Hey, listen, anybody hear a cell phone go off earlier? Yes. Anybody want to put up their hand right up there? You can give Dave Mowat $20 for his light up the city. Him. As long as we get $20, we don't care. Let's see it happens. Okay. I think we have most everybody that we have here. You know, it's interesting in our next panel, the opportunities and challenges of saving. We've got 3 great panelists who are going to be talking about the future and talking about things we should be looking at. But it's interesting when I take a look at them. Stuart Landon from the Department of Economics, University of Alberta, U of A. He also consulted for the World Bank as well as other organizations. Then we take a look at Michael Holden. He's part of the alumni of the University of Alberta, and he spent a lot of time with the House of Commons and the Standing Committee of International Trade. And then Robert Badia. Most of us know Robert because he's been in this community for such a long period of time, also alumni of U of A. So not only are we going to get some great insight, but it's interesting, it's a great facility, one of the top 5 universities in Canada that we're here, and we've got 3 people in our panel that are all involved, directly or indirectly, in the past or in the future with the University of Alberta. I'm not going to take a lot of time to introduce them because you've got their profiles in front, the biographies. And Stuart, I'll just turn it over to you, and thank you very much.
Right, so basically what I've been tasked with is to review why we save, rationales for saving, and some questions that have come out or arise when we consider these rationales. So there's basically, from an economist's point of view, there's really 2 rationales for saving. There's stabilization of expenditures and intergenerational equity, both of which have been mentioned already today. So just to review what most people know, and I should say pretty much all the points I'm going to make have been made over the last 4 decades in which this conversation has occurred. So it's not really that new a conversation. So of course, why do we want to stabilize? Well, because resource revenue volatility, our resource revenues are volatile and uncertain, and this can lead to expenditure volatility. And that's the key. It's the expenditure volatility that we really care about, because there are social and economic and potentially political costs with expenditure volatility. So what do people actually suggest doing to deal with this kind of expenditure volatility? Well, of course, create a rainy day or a stabilization fund, and we have in fact done this in Alberta. And the whole idea is, of course, contribute to the fund when revenues are high and withdraw from the fund when revenues are low. And what's the purpose? Smooth government spending through time. That's the purpose that we're trying to do. But the first question I want to ask is that, and remember I'm an academic, so I ask questions. The first question I want to ask is, how do we know how much to save for a rainy day fund? And how do we know when it's a rainy day? And so, and today's a very beautiful day, but many days seem to be rainy. And what we find is that if you look around the world, and I don't want to pick on the Alberta government, but because I've looked at a lot of research on stabilization funds around the world, what you find is governments tend to have trouble saving, so they don't build up big enough stabilization funds, and they seem to think it's a rainy day quite often. And so they tend to draw those funds down quickly. And so when it's left to the discretion of governments, quite often these funds run out of money. Or they can actually increase volatility having these kinds of funds. So an alternative, which you could potentially think about, is having a rule-based fund where the government is actually bound by specific rules. And I've actually done a lot of research on this as well. And we do find that there are some rule-based funds that are in fact very good, have very good performance. There are other rule-based funds that are very bad performers. But what we do know is that no rule-based fund will in fact eliminate volatility. So, and that's where discretion of government potentially beats a rule. But that's something to think about. The second rationale for saving is in fact intergenerational equity. And natural resources are finite. As we know, these resource revenues are going to run out at some point in time. If we want to actually maintain services to future generations once these resources run out, we have to in fact save today. And once again, what's the purpose of these funds? It's to smooth spending through time, right? We're going to try to, in fact, provide similar services to future generations as we have we are providing to ourselves today. So that's the goal. The question that I find that comes out of that is, do we in fact need, or another question I think we should consider, is do we in fact need separate savings and stabilization funds? And Norway in fact has, well, Norway has several funds, but they have basically one big fund, and they use that fund for in fact both purposes. It is in fact a savings fund and a stabilization fund. And the reason why that's potentially something you could do is because they effectively have the same purpose when you think about it. What is the goal of those two types of funds? It is in fact to smooth spending through time. That's the goal of the fund. So why do we need two funds? Why can't we just have one? And if you think about a savings fund, how can it become a stabilization fund? Well, what you're doing with a savings fund is you're typically taking some of your resource revenues and depositing it in the fund. So that's taking the volatile part of revenues and taking it out of revenues. So you stabilize your revenues that are left over by doing that. And then you tend to contribute a portion of your assets to the fund, from the fund, and contribute those into general revenues every year. In Norway, they have a target of 4%, but in fact, how much they actually contribute each year is quite variable and is basically just equal to their budget deficit. So they basically fund their deficit with their fund. Another question that always arises when we think of savings funds, stabilization funds, is how large a fund. And the way I try to think about this, in particular when we're thinking about intergenerational equity, is to think about it from your perspective of saving for retirement. So if you're thinking about saving for retirement, you're thinking you want to maybe maintain the similar level of spending during your retirement as during your working years. What are you going to do? You're going to think, well, what's my income today? And then you're going to look at what your income's going to be when you retire. If you have a lower income when you retire, you're going to have to save more today. If you have a higher income from pension earnings when you retire, then you have to save less for today. The key point is that how much you save to keep your spending constant during your working years and your retirement years depends on your whole income stream, the income you're going to earn over your whole life. Well, basically, when we think how big a fund do we need for intergenerational equity in particular, it's going to depend on the whole future path of resource revenues. And so we can think of two extremes. The first extreme is that basically our resources run out very quickly. So my example is tomorrow, but maybe we could say it quickly. What are we going to want to do? Save a lot so that we can try to pass some of those resource revenues on to future generations. However, if our resource revenues last forever, they're basically constant forever, then in fact, we don't really need to save anything for intergenerational equity because future generations will in fact have access to the same revenues we have. So really how much you're going to save depends on, in fact, how you think the future path of resource revenues is going to go in Alberta. If we're going to have depletion very quickly, then in fact you want to save a lot. If in fact resource revenues are going to grow and expand through the future for quite a while, then potentially we would want to save less. There are, in fact, though, other factors that you want to consider that are important to keep in the mind. And the first is if you know that, in fact, you're going to have to increase your spending in the future. And the key fact that we have facing us at the moment is baby boomer health spending. Because we know, and most people here look like they're baby boomers, I must admit. Well, we're all moving through, and we're going to move into the healthcare system, and we're going to be expensive. And so if we may want to think about saving now to try to cover some of that spending, because if we don't, then it's going to be future generations that are going to have to pay for our healthcare costs. So if you have these known future spending increases, you may in fact want to save today to actually try to cover those costs. The other point I want to make is there's always a big risk facing Alberta. And that risk is that some brilliant person somewhere will think up some technological change that in fact makes the petroleum or the extraction of petroleum resources not attractive any further. So this may be a small risk, but it's a risk that's out there. Also, there may be big discoveries of cheap petroleum resources in other parts of the world. That, in a sense, we faced with fracking and natural gas. That, both of these factors could lead to a very sudden and bad outcome for Alberta revenues in the future. So we may want to save for precautionary reasons to, in a sense, insure against this possible risk. So another question that comes out of saving and thinking about saving is how much do we want to save, and should we set a target, say $100 billion? And setting a target like that, a dollar target, has several problems. The first problem is that it's going to take us multiple years to get to $100 billion. And that $100 billion is no longer, once we actually have it, it's not going to buy the same services as $100 billion would buy today, particularly in a per capita terms, because the population is growing and the cost of providing these services is going up. So it may be that as we move through times, if we set a target of $100 billion, we in fact would have to change that target through time. And you have to think, what's the point of setting a target if we're going to have to keep reevaluating it, and therefore it's not going to have credibility as a target? And the same could happen if government revenues actually expand more quickly than we suppose. We may want to have a bigger target. If they don't grow as fast as we think, we may want to have a smaller target. All of these things would make us reevaluate the target, and as we found, changing things, setting targets and then changing them all the time makes the target non-credible, and then you have to worry, why do we set a target? Well, an alternative is what I call the Norway solution. I'm going to use Norway as an example, but there's several countries that are similar to this, and basically what happened in the last budget is we specify a percentage of resource revenues to, in fact, contribute to a fund every year, and Norway, in fact, as I said, withdraws a percentage of their assets from the fund. If you set a percentage of assets, then you don't have to worry about setting some dollar target. As your revenues go up, you'll just save more. As your revenues go down, you'll save less. However, if you say, well, we're going to save a percentage, what's the right percentage? Is 100% the correct percentage? So effectively, Norway does deposit 100% before they withdraw anything from their assets in the fund. They do deposit 100% of their petroleum revenues in their fund. So they have a 100% savings rate, gross savings rate. And is that a reasonable rate? Well, once again, how much you save depends on where you think revenues are going to go in the future. If they're going to rise, then we don't have to save as much. If they're going to deplete quickly, we have to save more. And just to give you an example, so I had to have some numbers. Back of the envelope example, to put it in context. If we have resource revenues that are constant for 30 years at some value, and then they end, so they deplete instantly. And we want to, in fact, maintain spending at a constant level out of those resource revenues, not only during those 30 years, but forever into the indefinite future. And our real interest rate's 3%. Well, we could actually have constant spending through those 30 years and forever if we actually saved 40% of resource revenues. So 40% would mean, say, if our resource revenues were $10 billion for the 30 years, we could spend $6 billion every year, save $4 billion. Once the resource ran out, we'd have enough saved up to spend $6 billion every year forever. So that's a very simple calculation, but it shows you, perhaps 100% savings rate is not the savings rate we want to choose. And also another point is that, of course, if the resources run out first, we're going to have to save more. If they run out longer, we'd have to save less. And also it depends on, of course, what's politically possible to save. But saving 100% of resource revenues is probably too much. And if for people who follow Norwegian politics, you might have realized or know that, in fact, the Norwegian government was defeated 2 weeks ago, and one of the key issues was they were potentially not using their resource revenues to fund current services enough. Because, of course, if we save too much, you're imposing a cost on the current generation. There is a cautionary note, which I think we always want to remember. We can say we want a large fund. We can actually build up a large fund. But in fact, at the same time, on the other side, the government could be running deficits and accumulating debt. And therefore, the net assets are not necessarily growing, even if we have a large fund. And there would not be assets available for future generations. So we always have to worry that if we're going to actually save and build up a big savings fund, we have to control expenditure at the same time. There has to be fiscal discipline at the same time. And a good example of potentially not having fiscal discipline was potentially Alberta in the 80s and up into the early 90s, where we did in fact create a large net debt, even though we had the Heritage Savings Trust Fund, still had quite a few assets in it, but we had a big net debt, so we just negated the Heritage Trust Fund. And also Alaska is another good example. People always point to Alaska has a big fund, but Alaska also has the biggest per capita public sector debt in the United States, and it is not a small number. I think the last time I looked, it's $35,000 per person, which is a big debt. So we always have to worry about that. The second to last question I want to talk about is, when we talk about rationales for saving, do these rationales constrain our investment strategy? And so I want to think, if we're going to accept that we're saving for future generations, then what we want to ensure is that the revenues, the assets are there for those future generations, which I would suggest implies that we want to invest in relatively safe investments. We want to try to earn the best return we can, but we want to have a prudent investment. And also potentially we do not want to, and this is probably not going to be very popular, we don't want to invest in Alberta. Because the Alberta government already is exposed highly to the energy industry. Its revenue stream is exposed to the energy industry. And then the question is, do we want to expose all the savings for future generations to the path of the energy industry as well, or what's going to happen to the energy industry? Well, one way to, in fact, ensure that we diversify our risk, right, not put all our eggs in one basket, is, in fact, to invest outside the province. Which, in fact, the Norway, I keep going back to Norway, even though they got defeated, but that was their strategy as well. Basically, they invest everything outside of Norway, almost everything. The last question I want to address goes back to the beginning. And that's why save? Because I do think that when I've looked at the whole discussion in Alberta and read all the reports that have basically come out on this, to a large extent, all the emphasis is on how big a fund should we have, how much should we put into that fund. But when we come back to it, the key reason why we save is so that we can use those savings, right, to provide government services in the future. And so what we want to do, and we have to realize that when we save, we're also reducing spending on current services. So the public, when we try to convince the public this is a good idea, we are in fact telling them that they are going to get lower services today because we're going to save and they're going to get something in the future. And then the question is, can we just say, well, it's going to be, we're going to invest in technology, we're going to invest to develop Alberta, we're going to invest to diversify the economy. Is that concrete enough? Or do we have to do something more concrete and go back to the sort of Norwegian example, which is, what do they use their savings for? When do they take money out? Well, they take a fixed percentage out. As I said, their target's 4% of their total assets to, in fact, they just put it into general revenues and provide current services for it. So I think something you want to think about is, if we're going to convince Albertans, and I think if savings, so the question came up earlier, how can we in fact ensure that these rules are maintained through times, right? Once this government and these ministers are gone, how can we ensure that? Well, what you have to do is get buy-in from the public, in my view. And if you're going to get buy-in from the public, then the public has to be convinced it's a good idea and that they're going to benefit from it. And if we're going to do that, do we need explicit rules in the saving plan that say, this is when we're going to draw the money out of the savings, this is what we're going to use it for, and this is how you are going to benefit from these savings. And that's all I have.
Stuart, thank you very much. Michael, thank you very much. So Michael is with the Canada West Foundation, senior economist, and also alumni of U of A.
Thanks very much. Yes, I am an alumni from the U of A. I did my undergraduate work here, and in fact, Dr. Landon was one of my professors for many different courses, and it's a privilege to share a stage with him. In fact, he apparently taught me everything I know because my presentation mirrors a lot of the very same ideas that he gave in his. And in fact, actually, the other thing I was thinking is that as I was walking to the lecture theater this morning, it doesn't seem like it's been that long since I've been here, but apparently it has, because there's all these nice, shiny new buildings and lecture theaters that I didn't get a chance to sit in, comfy new chairs. And in fact, I know I'm not the only person who was impressed by this, because when we were waiting for this whole conference to start, there was somebody sitting off in the corner over there who was looking around. He was like, you know, I don't think I've ever fallen asleep in this lecture hall. So hopefully that doesn't happen now. So for those of you who don't know, the Canada West Foundation is a centrist, nonpartisan, independent think tank. We're based in Calgary. Our mandate is to explore economic and public policy issues that are of particular importance to Western Canada. And my presentation this morning is going to touch on some of the key points and themes on a paper we recently published, earlier this week in fact, called Hedging Our Bets, Making the Case for Saving Alberta's Natural Resource Revenues. And in the conference information you were handed at the beginning of this event, there's a link to that paper. And if you haven't had a look at it and are interested in doing so, I encourage you to. It's freely available for download on our website. I'll start by just setting out our own position and biases on this issue. The Canada West Foundation has long argued in favor of the Alberta government saving a significant share of its natural resource revenues. In the mid-2000s, we published a series of research reports on this subject, and at that time, we recommended that the province should be setting aside 50% of its resource revenues, investing that money in the Heritage Fund, and then using the proceeds from that fund for some specific province-building purpose. And this is a position that we still more or less hold today. We're not necessarily married to the 50% rule. Personally, I'd like to see us save more. The 100% goal to me seems like as a long-term objective, something that we might want to consider. Before I go any further, I want to take a minute to acknowledge what might be the elephant in the room for some people. It's this question that I'm sure at least somebody here has thought of already this morning. We're looking at a large provincial deficit in Alberta right now. We have flood reconstruction and compensation bills that are on the way. Why are we talking about saving now? Why not wait? Wait for a year, 2 years till things settle down, and then we can worry about saving. And the answer to that question, I think, is that our past experience shows that if we wait for the right time to save, if we wait until conditions are perfect, we will never get anything done. There's always going to be a compelling reason to spend the money now and to avoid saving. And in fact, this is actually why I think a lot of our past efforts to save have ended up failing. When the Heritage Fund was first created, we heard this morning it had several specific purposes assigned to it, but one of the things that caught the public's attention at the time was that this was going to be our rainy day fund. And in my view, the idea of saving for a rainy day is a mistake, because a rainy day implies the whole reason we're saving is to have a bit of cash set aside to spend in case some future crisis happens. It would be like saving money just in case your car breaks down. And the problem is that that mindset places constant pressure on the provincial government to look for reasons to spend the money, because there's always going to be something wrong with a car, there's always going to be something wrong with a house, our kids might need new clothes, groceries, whatever it may be. And it's not that those things aren't important, but it's that if we focus on these short-term concerns, this idea of saving for a rainy day leads to a never-ending and constant argument about whether or not it's time to open the umbrella. So as Stuart did, I want to very quickly cover the arguments in favor of saving. I say quickly because these are the same arguments that everybody's heard before. Pretty much every report, publication, research paper that supports the idea of saving resource revenues draws on three main arguments. The first one is risk. There's enough bitumen in the oil sands now to last for generations, but that's no guarantee that it's ever going to be extracted. And this doesn't mean that there's some doomsday scenario lurking around the corner, but at the end of the day, we simply don't know how much of this revenue how much of our oil can be developed and sold, and consequently how much revenue the provincial government can rely on receiving in the future. We do know that there's not much to worry about in the next decade or two, and so this is as the argument goes, we should start saving now while we know for sure that we have this money available to us. The second reason to save is that it helps address the revenue volatility problem in Alberta. The first Alberta Economic Summit, which was held in Calgary in January, was convened for precisely this reason. We had a sudden, massive, and unexpected drop in resource revenues. And in fact, if you look back at the last 10 years, in 6 of those 10 years, our resource revenues have either spiked or dropped by a minimum of 25% compared to the previous year. So if you have a base of about $10 or $11 billion in resource revenues, you're looking at a swing of 2, 3, 4 billion every year. And it's very hard for governments to operate in this kind of environment. Revenue volatility leads to inconsistent spending, large deficits, or both. It makes it very hard to commit to multi-year funding initiatives. And this boom-bust cycle in revenues tends to place upward pressure on the cost of providing public services. The final reason to save is one that we hear the most. This is the need to save for future generations. In this case, we would take the one-time sale of our natural assets and convert that money into a lasting benefit by investing it. And many argue that we have a moral imperative to do this so that we leave something aside for future generations so that they can benefit from our resources to the same extent that we are benefiting from them now. And this, in a nutshell, is what the Heritage Fund is about. The province has been criticized in the past because the size of the fund is so small compared to the amount of resource revenue that it's collected over the years. But even at $14.8 billion, which is what it was worth last year, the province collected $1.3 billion in income. And as long as we guard against inflation, that $1.3 billion is available to us in perpetuity. If we were to be able to build a fund 10 times that size, we could start having conversations like, do we need a provincial income tax anymore? So the problem here is that these three arguments, they're well-worn arguments, the risk, intergenerational equity, revenue volatility, they're clearly not enough to get Albertans excited about saving. If they were exciting enough, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about it now. And what I think has been missing all this time is that we need Albertans to see some inspiring reason or purpose to a savings plan. Because we have to be honest, setting aside resource revenue now means that we don't have it available to spend today, and we're used to spending it all right now. So for a savings plan to work and to stay on track when times get tough, we need to have a good answer to the following question. What great thing can Albertans do with their resource revenues if they set their hearts and minds to saving? And in our paper, we look at a few of the options. First, like I just mentioned, we could eliminate the provincial income tax. We could provide a guaranteed annual income to every Albertan. We could adopt the model that is used in Norway, where we ostensibly save for a provincial pension plan. We could, like in Alaska, provide a annual dividend check to every Albertan. We could become world leaders in cancer research or environmental technologies or some other positive area. We could build magnet cities in Edmonton and Calgary, infrastructure, arts and culture centers, public works that turn these into world-class cities that will attract and retain the best and brightest from around the world. There are tons of options. And I'm not here to advocate for any one of these visions over another, but the critical point, though, is that none of these are available to us unless we save our resource revenue. And without this kind of clearly defined purpose, something that Albertans truly believe in, I don't think a savings plan has much of a chance of success. The good news, though, is that Albertans have demonstrated in the past that if they do believe in an idea, they're willing to see it through to completion. We live in a debt-free province because Albertans bought into the idea of eliminating the debt, and they were willing to see that through. So probably the biggest issue in setting up a savings plan is managing the transition. And what we want to do is save as much as possible, as quickly as possible, and minimize the disruption to present-day Albertans who are doing the saving. And the best way to do that, I think, is to convert our resource revenue volatility from a weakness into a strength. We don't need to set aside a certain dollar amount necessarily. We don't even need to set aside a certain percentage necessarily. But what we have to do, all we would have to do is identify a certain limit in our resource revenues that the provincial government is allowed to spend in any given year. So let's say it's $9 or $10 billion. And so every dollar above that figure would go into savings. So when we have resource revenue windfalls, we could be saving $5 or $6 billion a year. In times when revenues are weaker, we could be saving a lot less or maybe even nothing at all. We solve our volatility problem, our savings grow. And as our savings grow, we could gradually reduce this threshold using the income from the Heritage Fund or wherever it is that we save it. Now the problem with this approach is that this is something that the provincial government had considered a while ago, and it ended up being abandoned fairly quickly. And this comes back to the idea of needing a purpose for a savings plan. If we're not saving with a specific goal in mind, short-term considerations will very quickly trump savings as a priority. So with the time I have left, I want to point out some of the specific obstacles that have prevented our past efforts to save from succeeding. The first is concerns that we erode the Alberta advantage. A large part of the prosperity we enjoy today is because of our resource revenues. We've eliminated the debt, we have good quality government services, and we have the lowest tax burden in Canada. And we've leveraged these advantages to fuel economic growth. We have Alberta's regularly the fastest or one of the fastest growing provinces in Canada. And there are concerns that if we start to save more of our wealth, it would erode this advantage, and that we'd end up shooting ourselves in the foot. We'd have slower economic growth now, and we'd undermine our own ability to save for the future. The second issue is the tendency to think short term. The government is sometimes criticized for not having tried harder to save resource revenues in the past, but that's only because it's never really been a clear priority for Albertans. Over the last 15 or 20 years, the government has issued a number of surveys to Albertans asking them what they think should be done with resource revenue windfalls or with budget surpluses. And every time they do this, savings ranks at the very bottom of the list of priorities. It's some years tax cuts rule the day, others it's dividend payments, others people want strategic investments or money to be put towards healthcare, education, but savings is always at the bottom. And it's difficult for government to show leadership in this kind of environment because every dollar that they save is a dollar they're not spending now. And there's a political cost that's associated with leaving these kinds of current needs and desires unmet. Third issue is the risk of appropriation. I'm not saying this is a large risk, but these are the kinds of concerns that people bring up. Alberta is the richest province in Canada by a lot, and this is sometimes the cause of tensions across the country. And so there's some concern that if we start saving conspicuously, if we build up a heritage fund that's worth $100 billion or even $200 billion, that this would effectively paint a giant target on the province's back. And because if we were to be able to accomplish that kind of a goal, Alberta would be able to do things that no other province could dream of. And that invites the risk of envy, and that in turn invites the risk, however small, that the federal government will find some way to distribute that wealth. And so some Albertans have this particular concern, and they think that this is a rationale for spending it now so that we know we get it. The final issue is resetting expectations. Right now, Albertans pay 70 cents in taxes for every dollar in government services they receive, and the difference is made up through our natural resource revenues. And this ratio would have to change in the short term as we're moving towards savings. It would mean that Albertans would have to recalibrate their expectations about what $1 of taxes buys them in government services. Governments, for their part, would also have to adjust to the fact that Albertans would probably start spending a lot closer attention to where their money is going and what it's being spent on. And it would also be incumbent on the province to work to improve the effective and efficient delivery of services in order to smooth the transition to savings. So just to wrap up with the time I've got, I want to say that the policy landscape in Alberta is littered with the corpses of well-intentioned ideas and recommendations for savings plans that never ended up going anywhere. And it's not because they were bad ideas, it's because they were unable to overcome the kinds of obstacles that I just listed. And this, once again, drawing back to my central theme, is it speaks to the need to have an overarching purpose to saving. 20 years ago, Albertans bought into the idea of balancing the budget and eliminating the debt. And we need a similar degree of buy-in today for a savings plan to work. To get that buy-in, we need to have some inspiring idea. And there's a lot of work to be done in this area, a lot of questions to be asked and answered, but I think that conferences like this and the discussions they create about arriving at what kind of an idea we want, what we want to work towards, these are the first steps along that path. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Michael. Certainly, we're all waiting to get excited about savings. And we'll have questions right after Robert Badia.
So the challenge, as I understand it, is that I'm supposed to speak about a field in which I worked for over 30 years as the fourth speaker on the topic today and say something new and original. So what I'm going to try and do is just reflect a little more deeply on some aspects of these common questions that come up in any discussion about savings here in Alberta. So I'm going to start with some real obvious basics. I think we need to acknowledge, first of all, that however apparent it is to some people that resource-dependent governments should save for the future, it is almost equally obvious to others that they should not. If we knew that Alberta's fiscal capacity in the future relative to the demands for public services in the future was going to be stronger than it is today, then the government need not save and we could all go home. Conversely, if we knew with certainty that the government's fiscal capacity would be less and that the demands for public services would not diminish accordingly, there would probably be a strong argument for savings. For most governments, there's really no argument on either side that is strong enough to shift policy markedly from the comfortable middle ground that generally economies have grown fairly continuously for hundreds of years, that tax revenues grow too, and that successive generations have been able, for the most part, to take care of themselves. Those few governments around the world that are blessed with significant resource revenues, and especially those that are also democracies, face a difficult set of practical challenges because their fiscal performance will be markedly different from that of other governments. The choices about savings are also choices about in what ways a resource-blessed government chooses to be different from its peers. These are very difficult practical and political choices. The very existence of resource revenues differentiates Alberta from other governments. Understanding exactly how resource revenue differentiates a government's fiscal position from that of other governments is not as easy as it looks and adds to the uncertainty around any particular rationale for savings. Perhaps the most straightforward manifestation of difference is the very volatile nature of resource revenues. Alberta's resource revenue is highly dependent on variable global and regional market prices, the activity levels of a market-sensitive industry, production costs, and a host of other factors. Although it took a remarkably long time for the fundamental volatility of these revenues to be directly reflected in the government's fiscal framework, and especially its savings strategy, it now seems reasonably well accepted that setting aside savings in the particularly good years to cushion the budget in the particularly bad years is a reasonable strategy. As others have said, determining how much to set aside, how much to use, and even which are the good years and which are the bad is still challenging, but it's not nearly as difficult as our next problem. Our resource revenue comes from a fairly specific and non-renewable resource. To simplify just a bit, I would argue that back in the 1970s, Albertans took that statement quite literally and knew what it meant. They knew that Alberta was dependent on conventional oil and that the expected production would decline within a foreseeable future. As it turned out, things have been much more complicated. We are now painfully aware of how global and continental events can cause prices to rise and fall dramatically. And the resource base changed. Natural gas became very significant fiscally, but then almost as quickly diminished. The promise of the oil sands has already been fulfilled beyond the dreams of most, yet uncertainties abound around future prices, production costs, social and infrastructure needs, environmental issues, access to markets, and more. And recoveries from conventional oil fields have been increased significantly with the application of new technology. Through its royalty system, Alberta also shares a lot of risk with industry. For these reasons, once one gets beyond the general notion of dependence on non-renewable resources, the details of Alberta's position is rather more complicated. I believe this complexity and the longer-term risks to our revenues need to be better understood and communicated more effectively. While any government faces uncertainty about its revenues, those with a well-diversified economy and receiving revenue through a diverse tax base face much less long-term risk than Alberta. Many, including myself, believe that these risks beyond month-to-month price volatility justify saving in the form of financial resources that can provide a growing stream of income to help supplement other revenues in the future, and over time, diversify the risk in our revenue basket. Others, as they have this morning, will say that the resource economy brings extra costs that need to be addressed now. They will also say that smart investments in infrastructure will support economic growth in the future. And critics will point to precisely the industry history I just outlined and say that future generations will innovate and keep the economy growing no matter what. These arguments are not entirely wrong, and the next generation may have far more knowledge and better technology than we have today, but it will also have significantly fewer easily accessible hydrocarbon resources. Even if new resources are economically developable, there's no assurance that there will be room for significant royalties once the direct and indirect costs of production are met. Of course, the clincher argument of savings critics is that if the government saves more, and it is real net savings, not offset by higher debt, then taxes will be higher or spending lower. It is not easy to justify taxes being any higher than they otherwise would be, but the government must consider how much of the benefit of resource revenues has to be in the form of lower taxes than any other part of the country, how much of the benefit has to be in the form of higher spending on services and infrastructure. The government of Alberta has to balance all these uncertainties and perspectives about the future and the present. I would note, as others have, that an aging population adds a further argument in support of savings. I have dwelt on these fundamentals at some length because I believe strongly that the key arguments about saving have to do with this fundamental rationale for savings. Turning to the purpose of savings, if we now accept that savings will be accumulated for longer-term purposes, what should the purpose be? Well, first, as I have already stated, at the core, the purpose is to have more revenue in the future than we otherwise would. One school of thought is that while we know quite a lot about the risks today, we don't know all that much about exactly what will be the highest spending priorities in the future, or exactly when and under what circumstances it will be needed. So therefore, income and future capital from long-term savings, like the Heritage Fund, should not be designated for any precise or narrow purpose. That is generally how the Heritage Fund was viewed originally. I believe that the largest portion of savings should provide flexibility so that governments in the near and far future have the opportunity to decide the highest expenditure priorities. The key objective of the Alaska Permanent Fund is both simple and general: to provide a means of conserving a portion of the state's revenues from the mineral resources to benefit all generations. The Norwegian Fund's purpose is to facilitate government savings to finance rising public pension expenditures and support consideration in the spending of government petroleum, and support long-term considerations in the spending of government petroleum revenues. These purposes give the respective future governments considerable flexibility in the ultimate uses of the money. Another school of thought about the purposes for saving is that there are certain types of expenditures that either have particular long-term benefits or for which funding decisions should be at least somewhat separated from regular budget processes in order to provide a higher level of assurance that the funding will persist and potentially grow for the long term. Historically, the Medical Research Endowment was an example of such thinking. However, governments need to think carefully about the rationale for tying future spending in a particular area, even if only part of the spending, to the growth or lack thereof of an investment fund. The government also needs to consider whether it wants to use an endowment fund or some other connection to saving in order to augment spending in the designated area beyond what it otherwise would be. Another option is capital spending. The early capital projects of the Heritage Fund, including the Walter C. Mackenzie Health Sciences Center just a few blocks from here, are examples of projects that were not expected to have a financial return, but were a way of demonstrating to Albertans immediate benefits from the Heritage Fund. I believe that these strategies contributed to the initial success in building public support for the bold policy direction to save. Finally, an alternative way to link long-term savings to benefits today is to use a portion of fund income to pay a dividend. Alaska's Permanent Fund, which has $47 billion of assets, has paid out about $20 billion in dividends since 1982. Alaska states that one reason the fund is successful is that the dividend program keeps the fund in the public eye. Frankly, while I know that there are numerous issues, including tax treatment issues, I've never understood why there's been so little discussion in Alberta about paying a dividend from the Heritage Fund. In conclusion, I believe that the first purpose of savings is to enhance the choices available to Albertans in the future and to their representative decision makers. However, as part of that strategy, government may choose to support certain specific forms of expenditure linked to savings, but the objectives of doing so must be clear, as must the distinctions between activities funded in this way and other functions of government. Finally, the long-term implications of a different spending decision framework must be weighed. So as a former public servant, I believe that I was supposed to provide recommendations, whether anybody told me that or not. So here are my recommendations. The government should maintain a mechanism to save for the purpose of cushioning year-to-year fluctuations in revenues. The government should articulate clearly the fundamental reasons to save for the longer term. The risks inherent in Alberta's revenue structure should be analyzed in more depth and communicated better to Albertans. The government should re-examine the extent to which it uses the benefits of resource revenues for spending and to keep taxes low, and make adjustments to reinforce and increase its commitment to long-term savings. I may have trouble advancing the slides here, but the government should articulate the benefits to Albertans of savings, including a responsible savings strategy improves the long-term stability of the Alberta public sector and therefore contributes to business and personal confidence in the province. Responsible use of resource revenues can be an important part of managing and enhancing Alberta's reputation as a prudent steward of its resources and related wealth. Finally, savings today reduce the risk of tax increases or service cuts in the future. In all likelihood, this will benefit many of today's Albertans as well as their children. The primary purpose of long-term savings should be to provide a long-term supplementary source of revenue to fund future priorities. If the government chooses to dedicate a portion of savings to fund specific purposes, the rationale for the linkage should be strong and clear. Moreover, care should be taken to ensure that the impact on spending levels and priorities is considered carefully. And finally, consider a dividend to Albertans as long-term savings increase. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. Well, we got our first Twitter question for Stuart. What defines a rainy day? From Greg Unruh. What defines a rainy day? From Greg Unruh. If I pronounce it right.
It's almost impossible to define it. That's why it's very difficult to implement a stabilization plan that is consistent across time, and that's why governments that have tried to implement these kind of plans have had so much difficulty. And the alternative is to set up some kind of rule-based stabilization fund where effectively if you have a big fund, a relatively big fund, and you deposit your volatile revenues in there, you'll always have the assets in the fund grow, and then you every year take out a percentage of the assets from the fund. That will tend to stabilize your revenues through time, and therefore you won't have to make the decision on what day is a rainy day.
Okay. Michael, Robert, would you like to add something? No? Robert?
I would agree. It's such a vague term. It can be interpreted any way a government or anyone else would like.
Okay. And thank you for turning on your mic when you speak. No problem. We'll let you back in. We have a question in the back row.
Listening to the speakers, I think it's clear to me that
So, to repeat the question for the people on live stream, why not invest in areas that we're doing business in Alberta or have use for in Alberta? That'd be interesting because I think Stuart suggested that we shouldn't be investing in Alberta. Diversification. Okay. Well, thank you. We'll see what the panel has to say. And of course, Michael, we'll start with you.
With the microphone on this time. Diversification is definitely one of the options that's available to us. When I provided that list of possibilities, I mean, I had a longer list in the paper and ended up just cutting a few for expediency. But the idea of diversification and spending it on whether it's whether we're trying to foster development in industries unrelated to our energy sector or ones that are upstream or downstream from it, that's something that was one of the original purposes of the Heritage Fund when it was first created, and it is an option to consider now. The whole idea of government-funded diversification has fallen out of favor in the last 10 or 20 years, but I think that a lot of that was because people thought that we would use our money, save our resource money, and then use it to create a completely random industry in Alberta that has no reason to be here. And I think that the diversification itself is a good idea. Using this kind of money to support it, I don't think is a bad one either, but I think for that to be successful, it has to be related to our existing strengths. We have to build on our energy sector, whether it's environmental technologies associated with energy production or specific types of manufacturing or any other upstream or downstream activity, that if we do that, that's certainly an option to consider. Yes.
Robert?
A couple of comments, and my comments would essentially be the same no matter what the specific suggestion was. First of all, one of the lessons learned from the early years of the Heritage Fund was just how difficult it is to combine financial investment objectives with other objectives. And there were all kinds of examples in the early Heritage Fund, and most of them were not successful in doing that. So usually you need to be clear whether you're making an investment for financial purposes or you're making an expenditure for some kind of broader policy purpose. And then the second comment I would make relates to one of the things I said in my talk, that I'm leery of singling out any one particular area of focus for expenditure and saying, well, that is special and should be done from the Heritage Fund or in conjunction with savings or something. I think one of the core elements of government decision-making is a broad budget decision-making process that weighs all the options and weighs them off against each other as equitably as possible. And once you start segregating things, over time that gets distorted.
Stuart, maybe you want to answer this question and maybe go back to your question on segregation as well.
Segregate.
Go ahead.
Okay. I mean, I would say that basically, just to repeat what I said before, is I think if we're saving for intergenerational equity to have funds there for future Albertans, we want to try to invest as prudently and to earn as high return as we can. I'm also, maybe because I'm old and cranky, and lived in Alberta now for quite a few years, I'm very skeptical of the government's ability to pick winners and winning sectors. And all the evidence that I've read in the literature of various other countries about funds that are earmarked have been that they have not been very successful. And so we end up investing in projects that have relatively low returns relative to other projects. And really we should look for the best return for the dollars that we're saving and not necessarily invest in low return projects just because they're currently a popular type of investment.
Okay, we have a question from the audience. So the question then, I think, is that in our savings, should we be investing in unique areas to reduce our costs where we have areas of high cost energy and maybe in technology or other areas? And use your mic, thanks.
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure what answer to give to this question. I know that an important factor to consider here is that the kinds of investments you're talking about have yielded some benefit in the past. I mean, the whole reason we have a viable oil sands sector today is because of industry and government partnership in being able to unlock the potential of those oil sands. And if we're talking about that kind of investment, I mean, it has yielded benefits for us in the past. There's no question about that. I guess I'm hesitant to commit either way because I'm not exactly sure about what kind of investment we're talking about, whether we're talking about, direct subsidies to industry activity, which I don't think would be very popular, or whether it's independent research that would be available to companies that do that kind of work. So I'm hesitant to commit just because I'm not 100% sure what type of investment we're talking about.
Okay, I've got another two questions from floor. You're first.
I am with the School of Public Policy, so I won't use the word HST to address the revenue stability side, but I'm happy to talk to over but also to prevent the mitigation measures to prevent government from having their hand in the honeypot. We haven't talked about maybe the possibility of an independent investment board or some kind of mechanism like that to address that, please.
So the question is, might we have, for the savings area, a standalone committee to oversee how it's invested? Independent board? Like a board of trustees, an investment strategy group. We'll start with Stuart.
So I actually think that's an extremely important factor if we are going to set up some kind of savings fund, that you have to try to ring fence it from government. You have to have, yes, an independent investment board. So to some extent, like we have, the federal government has with the CPP, the board's goal has to make the savings fund extremely transparent and to sell it to Albertans all the time and to make its benefit to Albertans relevant all the time. So I think that's actually extremely important. However, the other side of that is that we also, even if we have an independent board, governments can still, in fact, as you'd say, put their hand in the honeypot by running deficits, right, and amassing debt. And so even that will not protect savings, so you have to have some sort of fiscal constraint, expenditure constraint that the governments buy into as well. But I do think the suggestion, I mean, if we actually get to the practicalities of setting up savings and how do we protect savings from government, having an independent board and very transparent fund would be extremely important.
All right. Michael, then Robert.
I agree. I think that one of the other parts of your questions was wondering where to invest, and I think that I agree with Stuart's presentation where he talked about the need to invest outside of Alberta or invest the funds. I think maximizing the return on investment for our savings funds should be the top priority. And then we can use the income from that to apply to whatever purpose we wish. The idea of investing outside Alberta, I think, is important for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's the idea of insulating us from the volatility of our energy sector. But the other issue here is that, especially if we invest in other parts of Canada, it helps us build goodwill for our oil and gas sector. If there's some benefit to our savings that reaches outside Alberta, that touches other Canadians and people around the world, that this would go a long way towards improving our social license with regard to energy extraction.
Robert?
Alberta has had pretty good segregation of the investment function from any political interference for many, many years. And 3 or 4 years ago, the Alberta Investment Management Corporation was established, which is board governed and provides a very high level of assurance that there is that kind of independence on the decision-making side. I think this whole idea of a board to somehow govern the use of the money, to govern when money could be taken out, for example, that's taking a lot of power very closely related to the central function of government, away from the government itself. And I'm not saying it's impossible, but it would be a very different animal and ultimately would be subject to the control of the government and the legislature anyway.
Robert, I've got a question for you. Do I have another question from the floor? Yes, sir. So for live streaming, the question is, should we be investing in our universities for our children and our children's children today? And not just the universities, but post-secondary, or bursary programs. So not necessarily physically, but more for bursary so that it's affordable for Albertans and their families. Who would like to start first, Michael?
Yeah, just a very quick response. In our paper, we highlighted precisely that as being another one of the options. It's just I just whittled down the list when I was talking, and so I think that I grew up in Alberta and I received scholarship funds to go to university here, and I think that kind of that idea is definitely an option. Another option related to that is we could use the money that we save to build some sort of endowment fund for our universities to create world-class institutions here, something like the fund that funds Harvard today.
Robert?
I don't have anything to add.
Stuart? I have another question. So, for our listeners, the question is, how do we find a way to reduce our risk in the future, and therefore that we could reduce our costs in the future? So our future economy is to be more diversified so we have less risk, right? Okay, I think we've kind of, pardon me? All right, well, let's see how we do with an answer. Stuart?
So diversification is good in theory, but very difficult to do in practice. Our comparative advantage is in the exploitation of energy industry. We are diversifying in the sense we're investing in human capital, we're investing in the universities, and the government's doing that, and they're doing that with operational funds. But one of the major, the energy industry is our major industry. It's our major comparative advantage over other regions. And we face risks, and there's not a lot we can do to eliminate the price risk we face or to eliminate the risk that other producers will enter the market. And we have to live with that. And however, saving and creating a fund from which we can generate stable revenues will in fact help reduce much of the risk that we face.
Okay, Michael.
I think diversification as a principle is a good idea, but one of the things we really need to guard against is that we don't want to diversify at the expense of growth. I mean, what we're talking about here, this is a problem other jurisdictions would love to have. I mean, we want to reduce our risk for the future, but we're approaching this from an embarrassment of riches standpoint in a sense. And I think that we have to acknowledge that you know, it's the energy sector that is driving wealth in our country. We don't necessarily want, even though diversification itself and reducing risk is a good idea, we don't want to necessarily do anything that undermines that.
If we're so rich, should we be investing more in our bursaries in schools and universities and post-secondaries? Should we borrow money to do that? Go ahead. Oh, no comment. I thought he says, can I comment? Right behind you, sir. Go ahead. All right. Thank you very much. Now, hang on. We'll get your question in because I also have a Twitter question that says, are we going to learn the lessons from Detroit? And will we have similar experiences when oil runs out, which is almost your same question. So to your point then, we should be maybe investing more of our money or be more aggressive. And your point earlier was on infrastructure, but maybe we should be doing more things. Somebody else talked about bringing down investing in lower oil prices. We're still in the questions. Do you want to ask a supplemental question that's on the same specific area? Okay. So what's your question, though? Okay. So is your question, why are we not investing more, instead of savings, what we should be doing is investing more of the money today so we can create opportunities for our future generations? Okay. So we have a theme, gentlemen, that people are saying, you know, it's okay, and I think Michael or Robert, you were talking about that it's not, I'll say, popular or sexy to be savers, otherwise it would be higher up in the polls. And the question that we have on the floor now is that, are we learning something from Detroit, and should we be investing in infrastructure in our schools and different things, different businesses? What should we be doing with our money in case oil ran out? Is that fair? Thank you. And Michael, you seem to want to start.
Before I forget what I wanted to say, I agree that investing in these kinds of things, whether it's bursaries or research in the areas you just mentioned, are good ideas. And I think that the only difference between what you said and what I would argue is that, in my mind, if we save the money in a heritage fund or some similar instrument first, then we have the revenue stream from that in perpetuity that can be used for exactly the reasons you said. So in my view, if we save the money first, maximize the return on investment in the fund, then we open up a series of options to ourselves, including what you
Do we set a number, though? I mean, we talked earlier, Stuart was talking $100 million. Is it really $100 million by the time we get there in 20 years? I mean, what's a rainy day? I mean, so when you're saying, like in Norway, because their situation is very different, they've got a $780 billion fund, and now they're taking money out, to your point, every year to supplement their course. So when does this start? Maybe it's a supplemental question, and I've got one more question after this, and we'll just keep moving.
Well, it starts right away. I mean, the moment we start the moment we start adding more money into the Heritage Fund, the revenues that fund generates increases, and as they increase over time, as we save more, we get more income, and we open up more options to ourselves for how we can spend it.
Okay. Robert?
Well, to the first point in question about, why would we save in those circumstances? I mean, that's what I was really trying to draw out in my comments, that these are not easy debates back and forth. And reasonable people can come down on one side or the other. I personally come down on the side of saying, if the resources are being used up and they're physical resources, then those should be replaced in part by financial resources. If you think about Detroit, you go back to 1976 when the Heritage Fund was established. How easy would it have been for Detroit at that time to foresee the full set of circumstances and the implications of what would happen some 35 years out? And that's kind of our situation. We know there's risks, but we don't know how they're going to manifest themselves. We don't know when they're going to manifest themselves. We don't know a lot about the specifics of what we should do today to offset those potential changes in the future. We know some things. We know we need to build infrastructure. We know we need to improve the competitiveness of our economy. But do we know how we should spend every possible dollar 30 or 40 years from now? I don't think we do.
All right, Stuart?
Right. So I think already the government's doing a lot to address this issue in the sense of building infrastructure. We're investing in human capital through the universities. We have relatively low tax system. By saving, we can, in a sense, try to keep those advantages through time. We'll have assets that can actually generate income that will go into government revenues and keep the advantages that Alberta has that are attractive or very attractive to investment. And then I think we have to leave it to the private sector to actually make the choices and make the investments of what should happen in Alberta. I don't think the government should be going and telling the private sector, this is the area that we think you should invest in because we think this is going to be the winning sector in the future. What the government should be doing is providing the base that's attractive to the private sector, and that base is an educated workforce, relatively competitive tax system, and a good infrastructure.
All right, now we have one last question up here, and then we're going to have it answered within 2 minutes. So what's your question?
What is a rainy day when we're talking about a rainy day today at $96 a barrel?
And the Western Canadian Select discounts at $33. Fair enough? Because we don't get $96 a barrel here in this province. That's my point. Pardon me? Okay. Go ahead, gentlemen. To come back, so your question is, on the rainy day, with the volatility of the price of oil, and if the price of oil today is $96, you're saying what constitutes a rainy day? Okay. So the question is it difficult to identify with the volatility of the price of oil what a rainy day is? Is that fair? Yes. Stuart says yes, it is difficult. Michael? He concurs. Robert?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else I need to know, Stephen, before we go for lunch? All right. and we'll see you back here in an hour's time, right? 1 o'clock? 1:50. What I thought I would do is do a bit of a recap for what we had in the last three speakers in our last panel. And where's Stuart? There you are. Ta-da. Stuart, you were talking about savings and talking about stabilization and the importance of stabilization, smooths it out for governments on their revenue and their spending side. And your question was, what is a rainy day, especially with the volatility of energy prices? You went on to say that governments around the world have had trouble saving, and they've also had trouble finding that it rains a lot, and therefore they need the money. Our demographics you talked about in Alberta are unique. Our Minister Horner talked about earlier about the people between 0 and 4 in Spruce Grove, how they're now the majority, which is interesting when you talk about our future and our future, and hopefully there'll be taxpayers by the time I need the hospitalization. But it is an interesting question in Alberta where we're adding a new city every year. We need to know that our future responsibilities, Stuart, was part of your point, and what type of investment strategy should we have today? On Michael Holden, where's Michael? Way in the back. He said, is it right to save for a rainy day because we can always find rain? 6 of the past 10 years, our resources have had either an increase or decrease of more than 25%. Albertans are not excited about savings, which I found very interesting. The concerns that you have on a go-forward basis is that we're eroding our Alberta advantage. We're thinking short-term, and we've got to manage the expectations of Albertans. Albertans have to be prepared to pay more and to receive less in services. And Robert, Nadia, where did you go? Right there. Good for you. You said there is no right answer that is obvious. It's reasonable to think that saving as a time of need. In the 70s, we knew what it meant. Today, it's much more confusing. There's no assurance that we'll have royalties in our future. We need to increase our spending and our savings. You said that savings, though, do provide confidence, and it reduces the risk of an increase in taxes and or service cuts. So that was kind of the theme that we had from this morning. It certainly opened the door for us to be thinking this afternoon. And I encourage all of you this afternoon to be putting on your super thinking tanks and work really hard. Try to develop questions maybe a little bit broader than we've had before. And we're going to be talking about financing and how we spend our money next. And then our panel, we're going to start off with Bill Birch. For many of us here in Edmonton, Bill Birch doesn't need any introduction, because he was there counting all your money for you. And then second, we'll have Cliff Inskip. And Cliff is from CIBC, and he's certainly been very involved in the financing of some of the Alberta schools in the Northeast Anthony Henday. And he was also, Brendan Woods gave him a very high honor as well. And then if you watch TV on any of the business channels, or CTV, or CBC, or Global, is that you always get interviews with our leader of AIMCO, Leo de Beaver. And Leo is also Dutch, of which I'm the honorary consul for the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Yay! Thought I could put that plug in there as well. So Bill, if you could come up and start, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Angus. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to be a part of the discussion on how the province of Alberta can provide savings for its citizens. I believe the province has achieved savings in the past from using creative and innovative financing ideas and can continue to do so in the future by reducing the costs of needed infrastructure. For the past few years, I've been a member of the Advisory Committee on Alternative Capital Financing for the province. This independent committee reports to Treasury Board. It evaluates proposals of capital projects and supporting business cases. It makes recommendations to Treasury Board and provides feedback to various ministries, such as sponsoring ministry, for example, transportation or education, finance, infrastructure, and justice. What we really are is a sounding and vetting board for the people who are bringing projects forward. And my comments this afternoon are going to be about what I've learned and seen while on that committee. Projects that have been brought before our committee have primarily been public-private partnerships, commonly referred to as P3s. We have focused on the economic value and logistical fit for each P3 proposal. So what is a P3? A P3 is a legal agreement between government and private sector entities for the purpose of providing public infrastructure, community facilities, and related services. Typically, the partners share risk, reward, and responsibilities. Some of the main components of P3s are private enterprise designs, builds, operates, or maintains infrastructure under a life cycle contract, say 30 years. Debt is arranged by private entity. Design, construction, operating, and maintenance agreements are negotiated with the province. Risk transfer to private entity. Fair competitive process and lowest compliant bid wins. And the province may contribute equity to lower the project cost. The key point is that the projects must add value for money compared to a public sector alternative. The public sector alternative would be the conventional way of doing projects where the financing is done by the province and the design, construction, and maintenance would typically all be handled separately. I understand from Infrastructure Ministry that they are now considering design construction models as well. An analysis is done by comparing the estimated net present value cost of the public sector alternative to the estimated net present value cost of the P3 on a life cycle basis. Considerations taken into account in the comparison include construction and maintenance costs, financing costs, risk transfer savings, as well as other factors. Some of the advantages we have seen with our committee with P3s are significant lower overall project cost, earlier project completion, in some cases 12 to 24 months, substantial risk transfer to private entity, less initial capital required from the province, and accessing the resources and expertise of large, sophisticated companies. Disadvantages include long-term success of the project may only be known down the road, maybe only after 30 years. Higher cost of debt, which can be in part offset by risk transfer savings and the lowering of other costs through the P3 process. Speaking to risk transfer, the real key to making P3s work in Alberta is the transfer of considerable risk to the private sector. Through detailed agreements between the province and private entities, risks such as construction delays, weather, scope changes, or non-performance are all assumed by private entity. Government may carry other risks such as changes in legislation or unforeseen environmental issues. Every project involves a detailed and exhaustive workshop that identifies risks carried by each party. Since 2003, the province has been involved in a number of P3s. These are the ones that have come before our committee. The largest projects are the Calgary and Edmonton Ring Roads, 3 of which have been completed. 2 are under construction, and I understand the Southeast Ring Road in Calgary is to be opened very soon. Also of importance is the use of P3s to build schools across the province. About 35 have been completed, and another 20 are in progress. The school projects were done by bundling a number of schools together as a package. This attracted proponents that may have not been interested in a 1 or 2 school tender. The smallest P3 is the water treatment facility at Kananaskis, and the people in government got $10 million for that project from P3 Canada. And I believe that the Northeast Henday, that they've applied for money from P3 Canada for that project too. P3 Canada won't usually give money for just the roads, but I think that we're trying to get it for some of the bridges. I would like to point out a few more important facts that I've seen with the P3s. P3s have encouraged consortiums to invest in Alberta with considerable involvement by Alberta companies. The number of interested proponents seems to be increasing, including new lenders who have not traditionally been part of the 3P process. Interest rates have a significant impact on the net present value calculation of both the public sector alternative and the P3 model. Over the last few years, finance has developed a formula which helps identify the amount of initial provincial capital required to get the lowest net present value cost. To date, proponents have been successful in obtaining capital for their share of the contract cost. This has been done through capital markets and at favorable terms compared to the province of Alberta borrowing rate. The Auditor General of Alberta has examined selected P3 projects and has reported that they provided value for money. I believe that P3s undertaken to date have produced significant value for Albertans and provide a sound base and expertise for future savings. However, higher interest rates could reduce the value for money savings and may prompt higher initial contributions by the province. While the P3 model will not be a fit for everything, I would encourage government to continue to consider P3 type infrastructure projects. Political commitment will be extremely important to the ongoing success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bill. Now Cliff Inskip from CIBC World Markets.
Good afternoon. I applaud you for attending a session on alternative financing. It can be pretty detailed stuff at times. 51 years ago today, on October 5th, 1962, the Beatles released their first single called Love Me Do. It went on to be #1 in the US 2 years later. But earlier than that, on January 1st, on New Year's Day of that year, the Beatles auditioned for Decca Records. They did a 1-hour recording, 15 songs. Incidentally, they found the recording last year. I think it's available for sale. But they were told by an executive of Decca, the Beatles have no future in show business. Groups with guitars are on the way out. That decision's been called the biggest mistake in music history. So what does that have to do with alternative financing and procurement? I think there are some parallels. The early days are often difficult. Potential of new ideas is often not obvious to those that are looking at them. Rejection and opposition will exist. P3s, alternative financing can be a divisive subject. Mid-course corrections sometimes are necessary. Pete Best, who was the drummer, got kicked out and Ringo Starr joined. Change, not always easy. And of course, when you're successful in the end, they'll tell you it was obvious all along. Today I'm going to share some observations on alternative financing. More precisely, I'm going to focus on alternative procurement and alternative delivery because, in my view, alternative financing is more a byproduct than it is the primary source. Might need some help on this. Thank you. This quote is from quite a while ago, but I think it demonstrates that there has been a global shift over time in terms of delivery of infrastructure on a broad range of infrastructure from government delivery to the private sector. Government's moved from being an operator to an overseer. And often this process starts by running out of money. When governments don't have the money, they dig deep and they say, what can we do? And often that's the impetus. Once things get rolling and they start involving the private sector, they realize there actually are better ways of doing things. And it's not necessarily the private sector is better than the public sector. It's often that there's a failure of the procurement system. Governments are saddled by a number of constraints that the public sector or that the private sector doesn't have to deal with. Political influences, political interference, budget decisions, not being able to put in money into life cycle maintenance because we're short of money this year, limited flexibility with staffing, inability to impose user fees that maybe the private sector can. There are a lot of things that governments are constrained by their nature from doing that the private sector is able and willing to do, and often that can be a better way of procuring or delivering a solution because of those constraints. This graph shows you kind of, and this is illustrative in nature, it varies by province. You can see on the left-hand side, 20 years ago, a very large part of infrastructure was delivered by governments directly or through crown corporations. And there really wasn't a very big role for the private sector. Over the course of the last 20 years, a substantial shift has moved from, you see the items in red. Instead of being delivered by governments, in many cases they're delivered by the private sector. And they're delivered in various different ways. I've shown a supervised authority. I'll give you some examples of these in a moment. An independent authority, a concession, or full private sector ownership. The actual particulars aren't as critical as the fact is you've seen that evolution from the left-hand side of the table over to the right-hand side as governments look at various kinds of models for delivering what was traditionally services that were delivered by the public sector. So starting at noon, supervised authority, what is that? That's generally something that it's operating with government oversight. So as an example, Vancouver Fraser Port Authority, we did the first bond issue for a port authority a few years ago. It is monitored by the government approves their borrowing levels, they report, the government appoints their boards. So it's very much a supervised authority, but they borrowed in their own name, and they borrowed the money and they invested in infrastructure. So there was an entity that's fairly close to the government, but separate enough to borrow in its own name. Moving to the 2 o'clock, independent authority, example of the airports. And the airports, the land is still owned by the federal government, but it's under lease for 60 or 80 years. And if you look across the country, huge investments by these independent authorities. They're non-share capital corporations. There's no equity owners in them. So all the money is reinvested in the company. And there's been billions and billions of dollars reinvested in airports. And the real impetus for that was the government of Canada didn't have the money to upgrade their airports. So there's an example where I'll call it the quasi-private sector, an independent entity went in, they invested a lot of money, they made decisions about charging, so users pay for it, but now the infrastructure is dramatically better than it was. Moving to 4 o'clock, design, build, finance. I've put down P3 here. I know in Alberta that's not a P3. In various markets, a design build is called a P3, in other markets it's not. So that's just the process of designing something, building it, financing it. Once it's completed, handing it back to the public sector. So that's an example. There are many examples, but the Toronto Air Rail Link, which in Ontario is the link between downtown and the airport, scheduled to be finished sometime before the Leafs win the Stanley Cup. Moving to 6 o'clock, the design, build, finance, maintain P3. Those are the ones, the Alberta schools, several of those, also Anthony Henday and the Calgary Ring Roads. We can chat more about those later. Moving on to 8 o'clock, private sector concessions. There are a couple of examples, 407 International, It is a long-term concession, originally 99 years, owned by private sector, or the concession's owned, there's private sector equity in it, and they build it, or they extend it, widen it, grow it, control rates. A little bit of controversy on that one because there's limited control on the rates. Another example is the land registry title system. TerraNet has a right to operate the land registry in Ontario. And I think they now just have a license in Manitoba. The one in Saskatchewan recently did an initial public offering, so it's offered by the private sector. So there are a number that are kind of under the concession category. And moving to 10 o'clock, private sector ownership. That could be anything. I gave an example in Alberta there, Northwest Redwater Partnership, the refinery that's, I think was in the Globe Mail or Financial Post as breaking ground. There are many other examples. Independent power projects. We just financed a gas-fired power project in Saskatchewan last month. So there's an example of private sector delivering its baseload power plant and selling the power to the Saskatchewan government. So the purpose of this slide is to say there's not just one way of involving the private sector. There is a whole range of possibilities where you can have nominal involvement of the private sector right through to, full ownership, but still an involvement with the public sector because the public sector is the off-taker. And you really have to look at whatever the opportunity is and say, where might it fit on this? And it might not fit here at all. This isn't to suggest that every service governments provide should have private sector involvement. There are some things, social services and others, where may well be better left in the public service. So where it might apply could fit anywhere on this circle here. So I mentioned some drawbacks to government procurement. Procurement priorities can be politically motivated. Let's take a federal government as an example. They might decide they want to do something in Alberta or Quebec, and I'll let you guess who will get the nod. And so, there are often decisions are made where the money may be needed most in one place, but it may not get there because political priorities can prevail. Incomplete planning. P3 is one of the key benefits of P3s is by the time they actually sign the contract, the nurses have been involved, the doctors have been involved, the administrators have been involved, they've gone through everything, they've agreed what they need, and so instead of just going and starting to build it before you finish planning, these are well planned out arrangements, and then typically they're managed by a central procurement agency, and the answer is, sorry hospital, no change orders, we finished all our analysis and we're going to build it as it is. Frequent cost overruns or completion delays. I spoke with the CEO of a major hospital in the other half of the country, and we had a chat about traditional procurement, and his description was essentially like this. We have a hospital, we know it's going to cost $300 million. I'm told I have a budget of $250 million. If I don't say yes, I won't get the money. So I say yes to my $250 million. I build all the foundations, get everything going, and then I say, guess what? I need $300 million. But of course, it's not $300 million anymore because I'm negotiating with the guy who's already got the contract, and he's got me over a barrel, and so I'm now going to pay $350 million for what should have cost $300 in the first place, but what I said was going to be $250. So there's a good example of what I'll call failure of the procurement process. Because of the way things work and budget constraints and depending on the government, you end up paying potentially a whole lot more than you might have in the first place. But if the realities were you could do the planning and everything, the government might have been able to do it for the same price in the first place, but often there are constraints in terms of doing it right. Poor maintenance due to budget pressures. I know we worked with Charleswood Bridge many, many years ago, and one of the things was, well, it's costing you a lot on the maintenance, and they said, you do not understand. We will never get the money to maintain this bridge. We will build it, and it'll slowly erode, and we will not get the value out of that bridge because eventually we'll have to repair it long past when we should have. So sometimes it's when you're involving the private sector in a P3, they are contractually obligated to make sure that it's operating and maintained and life cycle maintenance. Admittedly, the government is obligated to pay it, but it means that, instead of your roof leaking and destroying everything, it's fixed early on. Limited integration between design, construction, and operations. I worked in a hotel down in Panama when I was a young engineer, and it was design, bid, build, and we had an architect and a contractor, and they were fighting tooth and nail and pointing fingers. And one of the benefits of P3 is when they're working together and they know they're both liable because potentially they're equity partners, they solve these problems. When you as the owner say, I've got an architect doing this and a contractor doing this, the contractor is going to point the finger at one way and the architect to the other. You're stuck in the middle, and inevitably it's going to cost you a lot of money. If they're doing it together, you can say, it's your problem, not mine. I got my bathroom done, and I didn't want to hire the plumber, and I said to the guy who's doing it, I said, you hire the plumber. Plumber cost way more than he thought. I said, that's not my problem, that's your problem. We adjusted the bill because I did it on an integrated basis. And then finally, lack of focus on life cycle costing. When 407 is built, when you're designing the road, you have to say, do I build an asphalt road and have to repave it every 12 years, or do I build a concrete road and repave it after, or reconcrete it after however long, 25 years? Typically, if you're procuring on a design build basis, if you're a contractor, you're going to say, what does it take just to get across the line? What can I do just to make it okay? I don't care how long it lasts. I just got to meet the performance specs. If I'm owning it for 30 years, I'm going to be thinking quite differently. I'm going to say, I'll put concrete on because it may cost more up front, but it's going to cost me a lot less along the way. So a totally different focus. So those are some of the drawbacks of government procurement processes. Again, what I would call failure of the procurement process. So what are the benefits of alternative financing? Competitive procurement process. These guys will work for 6 months to a year putting together a bid. They will spend millions of dollars, and it'll come down to the end and they will say, we have to win, where can we shave money? And the developer is sitting there and twisting the arms of the operator, twisting the arms of the contractor, the lenders, everybody. They're doing the job of getting those prices down. And I think if you just ask some of the people here involved in Alberta, you'll see some very competitive prices on some of the proposals, and some where there's significant differences between number one and number two. So that competition, and where you force the parties together to get into a room and they're each sort of accountable for the other, can produce some very, very competitive results. Design innovation. This is probably the area where there's the most potential benefit. On your schools programs, for example, they're modular schools. There's only so much you can do because everybody's going to go buy them. They're similar price, and the cost, the construction margin is now getting very thin. So the differences in the bids are probably going to be small, but something where you can put a concrete bridge or a steel bridge, there could be dramatic differences in price because the guy who's building it and the guy who's designing it, they get together and they say, what makes the most sense? And we've seen situations where, you've got guys at $100 and other guys at $75, and it's all due to the design. It's got nothing to do with cutting costs. They come up with some innovative ways of solving a problem and saving everybody money, saving Albertans and taxpayers. Full-term warranty. Neil McQuay always likes to say, we're buying this asset. We've got a full warranty. It's like buying a car with a 10-year bumper-to-bumper warranty. Anything goes wrong, we get it sorted out. And the warranty also has handback provisions. So at the end of 30 years, there's very specific guidelines as to what those conditions have to be in order for that asset to be turned back to the public sector. Whole of life costing approach, we've talked about that. Prevention of scope creep, I mentioned that earlier on. Typically what happens in normal government procurement is you don't have that planning far enough along. You get part way through and then somebody says, well, we need this and we need that. And those are the change orders. And of course, your ability to negotiate properly priced change orders is very difficult. So you get that scope creep and then big overruns. And people often ask me about, what about the cost of private financing, which I'll talk in a minute. But if you look at a hospital like in Sudbury where it costs 100% overrun, well, the cost of private financing compared to 100% cost overrun is extremely small. And fixed price, date certain contracts, I think we've seen huge success. I remember I was advising Peterborough Hospital many years ago. And I went through long documents, and they used what they refer to as a CCDC2 construction contract, which is a standard contract used by the Canadian Construction Association. So they spent all this time allocating risk between the parties and everything, and so I was reviewing this, and I got to the end and I said, this little fine print at the back says, notwithstanding everything else in this contract, the maximum liability of the contractor is $2 million. And I said to them, you got to post something more than $100 million, and the maximum liability is 2. You can allocate the risk any way you want. He's just going to add $2 million to his cost. You've now borne 100% of the risk. So sometimes people, you need to make sure those contracts are carefully reviewed and there is a proper allocation of risk between the parties. So does it make sense to use higher cost public capital? The reason you're using public or private capital is risk transfer. So if you don't have private capital in there and they don't perform, the question is, how do you go after them? Because if they don't have any money, then you can't get money out of them. But if they put some of their own money in, you can transfer the risk and then you can say to them, I'm not paying you. Unless you perform in accordance with the contract, I'm not paying you. So the real purpose of that private capital is to ensure that you have an ability to withhold the payments, and those payments are typically paid over the life of the contract. Now, it doesn't make sense to put in 100% government money. It's like if you have a house that's $500,000, I'll lend you $250,000. The first 50% is easy because the probability of a drop in house prices by more than 50% is extremely remote. So as long as I see a picture of it, etc., so that risk is extremely low. So it makes very good sense for Alberta to put in a large chunk of money, which effectively is extremely low risk because the probability of an asset being worth nothing is very low. What you want is the private sector to put in that last bit of capital where they're taking all of the risk on a relatively small amount of capital. Sometimes that's been pushed up to sort of 85% government money. My personal view is that's probably too high. I know in Alberta we've seen numbers 60, 70%. To me that seems very reasonable. So what is in a project agreement? I'm going to make it sort of a 200 or 300 page document, very simple. There's outcome specifications. What is it you want? What are the availability requirements and what kind of performance are you looking for? Risk allocation, who gets what risk? So a lot of stuff on just allocating the risk between the parties. And then some kind of payment mechanism. So if you perform, we're going to pay you so much up front and we're going to pay you so much a month. And at the end, when you're getting close to hand back, we might be holding back some money if you haven't performed. There has to be some kind of a mechanism that says when you're going to get paid. And then there's a performance measurement system that says, okay, we're going to measure your performance. There's no use having a payment mechanism and having the ability to deduct unless we have some way of measuring how well you perform. And if you don't perform according to standards, we're not going to pay you 100 cents on the dollar. What happens if things really go bad, and when can we terminate? And finally, when we get the asset back, what condition does it have to be in? So there's 250 pages down into a 6-piece jigsaw puzzle, which reminds me of the investment banker who came to me and was telling me how happy he was that he did a 6-piece jigsaw puzzle in only one day. And I said, well, what's so good about doing a 6-piece jigsaw puzzle in only one day? And he said, look, right here on the side of the box, 2 to 4 years. So what type of projects are best candidates for P3? Usually it's a tangible asset, a building, a road, utilizing proven technology. It doesn't have to be, totally proven, but something that's, not way out there. Greenfield projects are easiest, greenfield being new as opposed to something that's, somebody else built and you're asking the private sector to take over existing problems. Potential for innovation. The more there is potential for innovation, the more value of getting those architects and contractors and other parties together. Capital intensive. It only makes sense if it's capital intensive because that's what you're really trying to do is reduce your capital cost. Predictable cash flows, those can either be availability payments from a government or they can be user fees. In Canada, we're shy about using user fees. In most other countries in the world, road tolls and other kinds of fees are extremely common ways of paying for assets. People understand you got to pay for them somehow. It's either tax dollars or it's user fees. There's not much else. And then unchanging performance standards. If you're building something and in 3 years you're going to have to change it, and then in 6 years you change it again, it's very difficult to set a contract that says you have to do certain things if it's always changing. So you want something, you know, a hospital's not going to change radically if it's brand new. So just going back to, I mentioned at the beginning about the Beatles, that same New Year's Day, or that same year on New Year's, there was another band called the Tremolos, and the Decca Records executive said, we have to choose between either the Beatles or the Tremolos. And one of the guys said, well, they're both good, but one's a local group. It's easier to work with, they're easy to work with, they're nearby, etc. So the choice is really yours when, you know, as you build Alberta. You can either choose what is familiar and easy, sort of the Let It Be by John McCartney, or sorry, one of those, Paul McCartney, or you can be bold and dare to be different, kind of the Revolution by John Lennon. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. When you're the last one on a panel like this, a lot of the good stuff's already been said, but I'll try and give it a somewhat different twist. There are basically three questions that we're trying to get our minds around. Why do we need the private capital to finance infrastructure? The second one is, what are the best projects where to use private capital as opposed to public capital? And what are the impediments? And just to put it in perspective, I come at this from 15 years of work, 5 years here at AIMCO, and about 10 years at Ontario Teachers, where we introduced infrastructure as an investable asset class to the pension industry. So why do we need it? Well, the obvious thing is governments are running out of money. Their revenue base is not sufficient to deal with all the things that governments are supposed to do. The problem is that infrastructure has traditionally been underpriced. And whenever something's underpriced, a good economist will tell you it's going to be overconsumed. And the first thing you have to do when you're going to go from public to private financing of infrastructure is you have to recover the whole cost of that infrastructure, which typically means a political issue. Like, for instance, in water, if you priced water fairly in terms of its total cost, you probably have to triple what we charge people now. And I found it amazing. You know, people will totally go berserk over increases like that, but they'll go to the store and pay a couple of bucks, $3 for a bottle of water, which is essentially a higher price than they would pay for gasoline. So our perception of what is value and what is cost is in many cases out of whack, and in infrastructure there are lots of examples of where that is the case. So a lot of jurisdictions have got themselves into an interesting problem. They've historically undercharged for infrastructure, and as a result, they've got this huge capital stock of infrastructure, and they don't have the revenue base to maintain it. And there's some good examples of that recently. You may recall that in the United States, there are something like 25,000 bridges that are past their best before date. And one of those things finally fell down in Minneapolis, and that was the only time that people had the urgency to rebuild the darn thing. That's the kind of thing that happens because in government, the first target of austerity is maintenance of infrastructure. And a good example of that is water systems. 50% of the water that is being cleaned up in your water processing plants is lost because the pipes leak. And this is not true just for Alberta. It's true almost everywhere around the world because everybody's economizing on the maintenance of water systems. Of course, Alberta has a special issue. Minister Horner was talking about this morning, and take it from me, he's talking not about opinion, he's talking about the math. The cost of infrastructure in a jurisdiction is not a function of the population, it's a function of the growth in population, because the growth is a much more important factor than the depreciation on the existing stock. In particular, if the growth is about 3%. So when you're financing infrastructure, you've got three possibilities. First, you do it out of operating costs, which used to be what we did in Alberta. But that's a bit like saying, okay, I need a house this year. Do I have enough income to buy the house? No one would consider that reasonable. You go get a mortgage, and the house delivers services over a period of 40, 50 years, and that's how you finance a house. And the alternative is to go and borrow. And for Alberta, for certain services, that's actually not a bad solution. Particularly, we've got the Heritage Fund. You could pull the money out of the Heritage Fund, I suppose. But if I can make you 5 or 6 or 7% at AIMCO and you pay 2% in capital markets to finance whatever you need to do on capital account, it seems like a pretty good trade-off. The third one is to bring in private capital. But that's not just about the cost of borrowing, and the previous speaker already alluded to that. Good opportunities for infrastructure that you finance privately is when there is a risk transfer and when the private sector can do it either better or faster. And I'll give you 2 examples of the best infrastructure projects I never built. First one is I was involved in the widening of the diversion around Winnipeg in the Red River. And we went to the government, an engineering firm and Ontario teachers, and we said, it's easy projects, just widen the ditch, just have to move a bunch of bridges, biggest earth-moving equipment in history, 18 months, teachers will finance it, done. And the bureaucrats said, yeah, but we can raise money a lot cheaper than what you're charging. You want an 8 or 9% return. And we said, yeah, okay, that's true, but we can do it faster and we can do it cheaper. Of course, the rest is history. It took them 5 years instead of 18 months to build not even the whole project. And the cost overrun was 50, 60, 75%, depending on who's doing the calculating. The second one was when Paul Martin committed to put water and sewage in 50 Inuit communities up in the north. And we went to the government with an engineering firm and with financing in hand. We said, you know, this is going to take you guys forever if you do it the traditional way. We'll do it 2 years. We can finance it over 20 years. Done. And the bureaucrats said, well, we can't commit to a revenue stream that spans 20 years. And we said, well, what do you mean? You're raising 30-year money. Why can't you do this? No can do. So a year or so later, I'm sitting in an airport, or 2 years later, 3 years later, and Paul Martin gets on, and he just had sent Hercules aircrafts into one of these communities because people were basically drinking their own sewage. So the point is, private sector sometimes can do it faster, better, and more efficiently. The efficiency on that project came from the fact that it was 50 communities, and we were just going to build a Lego set of pieces and put them together in different order depending on the layout of the community. So what are the impediments to private financing? First of all, in some cases there's just not an operational advantage. Let me give you an example. At one point, there was a proposal to privatize the Dutch railroads because the government didn't want to put in the money to maintain it. And I looked at that, and for whatever reason, the thing was running reasonably efficiently, and there didn't seem to be a role for the private sector in terms of dramatically improving the effectiveness of that operation. So why would I want to get involved? The biggest problem that I run into is the efficiency of the decision process. And let's take a project closer to home, or close to home. There's about $2 billion worth of roads and bridges to be built in Fort McMurray. And we've been chewing on this probably, 4 or 5 years as far as I can tell. There's an obvious private sector solution. Fort McMurray is essentially a corporate town. Most of the benefit of those roads goes to corporations. You just charge them for what the roads deliver and what the bridges deliver. And the opportunity cost of not having those roads is tremendous. It now often takes an hour to get people from the camps to the place they have to work. So I think we should take a page out of John Kennedy's thing. We should undertake before the end of the decade to build all the roads and bridges Fort McMurray needs, because I think we can do it. Final problem is inefficient, or one of it is inefficient contracting. The previous speaker talked about this. I'm not a great fan of PPPs in a lot of cases, and the reason is that I like to be there with a seat on the board and be able to drive the efficiency. And a good example is the airport in Toronto. Now, it's a nice airport, don't get me wrong. It cost way too much. And the reason is no one was accountable. These guys could borrow whatever they needed to finish that airport. There was no economic imperative that would constrain how that road was built, and that's often the case. Same thing as bidding processes. They're often very inefficient, and governments feel they need transparency. Okay, I get that. But if 6 people bid on a project, 5 of them are going to lose. So they rack up a bill bidding on this thing without getting any benefit. And the hit rate that I've been able to achieve on these things is at best 25%. So you have a lot of broken deal cost. And if you're going to structure something, I would say you have to structure it in a way that you minimize that broken deal cost, because it maximizes the effectiveness of the process, because the cost has to be recovered somewhere. There's a final thing. Well, not a final. I've got 2 or 3 more finals. 407 came up. And the issue there is sticking to contracts. When 407 was bid upon, I worked at Ontario Teachers, and 4 or 5 consortia came to see me, and I said, look, I don't have a mandate for private equity, because that's the way it was structured at the time, and I didn't have an infrastructure mandate. But if you get the thing, either one of you, come and see me. And if you want to do an interest-linked or a CPI, RRB, a real return bond on this thing, I like RRB bonds, and we'll finance it. So the bid goes through. The winning consortium gets a headline the next day in the Globe and Mail saying, consortium overpays for 407. So they can't get any financing. I got a wonderful deal out of that, because they eventually had to come to me for financing. A couple of years later, McGinty comes in, and he says, because by that time the road has become a success, and he says, they basically stole it. The government gave it away. So he wanted to rescind the contract. You do that a couple of times, don't expect any infrastructure money to flow into your jurisdiction. Supreme Court of Ontario finally did the right thing and said, what part of a contract don't you understand? And that was the end of that discussion. I think another issue is lack of an integrated approach to building infrastructure. Let me give you an example with hospitals. I mean, I like doctors, okay? They're nice people, but they're lousy businessmen most of the time. And to a doctor, a hospital is 4 walls and a roof. And it's run by doctors as a medical facility. Now, when I look at a hospital, what do I see? I see those 4 walls, I see the roof, I see the medical services, although I put a bunch of business experts on the logistics of how you do that stuff and who does what, right? Because that's where the efficiency comes from. But it's not just that. A hospital is, first of all, an information system. The inefficiency of information flow in a hospital is one of the biggest detractors of efficiency of medical care. But it's not just that. It's all sorts of real estate around the hospital where professional services are delivered that are linked to the hospital. It's also often a hotel facility because people visiting patients need a place to stay. It's a retail facility where there's food and gifts and whatever else around that hospital. So there's lots of retail and parking. Now you say, well, okay, what does that have to do with hospital? If you take that package, you can make it economically a much better proposition from an investment point of view than it would be if you just considered it to be a medical facility. Okay, so let me wrap up and say, what's the punchline on private capital in infrastructure? It's going to be necessary. Not just Alberta, but every jurisdiction in the world has underinvested in infrastructure. And because of hang-ups about deficits at the wrong time. Don't get me wrong. If you continuously have deficits, that's a really bad thing. But if you need infrastructure and you can use the downtime of an economy after a time like 2008 to build it, you put yourself in a much better position to have an efficient economy when it comes back. In fact, the building of the infrastructure itself helps to bring the economy back. But to attract that capital, you have to price the infrastructure properly. And there's some problems. I mean, different jurisdictions look at it the wrong way. And I told you, I came from Ontario at one point to come here. In Ontario, toll roads are acceptable, but transmission systems are deemed to be the crown jewel of public sector assets. In Alberta, it's almost the reverse. You talk about a toll road and people think it's a four-letter word. And you talk about transmission systems being private and they say, well, so what? It's always been private. So part of it is the taste or the tradition of a jurisdiction that determines whether you can make this fly. But I think that if you don't get private capital involved, there's probably not a good chance that you're going to build the optimal level of infrastructure that our society will need over the next 10 or 20 years. Thanks very much.
Well, there you have it. From the standpoint, I think we've covered a lot of ground, and certainly thank you very much, gentlemen. You've given us, I think you've taken us from A to Z on the different type of projects, and I think that's important for us. And I have a question here on Twitter from Linda Pusher. And I have to tell you, I got to read this because I'm not clear on part of it. So I'm just going to read it, and maybe you can say, yes, I totally understand, Angus. Will Alberta address P3 contractors with tax haven incorporations? Alberta gets no tax money from 30-year maintenance contracts. Was tax revenue from maintenance portions built into the return of investments for P3s? If so, the analyses were wrong. Bill, you're the tax guy.
I'm not sure I quite understand the question. Is tax built into the maintenance? Is that part of the question?
Well, I get the impression that maybe part of it's offshore. If a corporation is offshore and they have a profit and that money is then, let's say, in some island in Bermuda or somewhere. Your mic's not on. You got to push a button, put your mic on.
Yeah, is that better? The consortiums or the partners, the private partners that I've seen in Alberta, we don't know if they're offshore or not, but I would suspect most of them aren't, that they have no offshore connections. They're either Canadian companies or international companies resident in places like England or Australia.
You know, I think...
Hang on, Leo, you got to put your button.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. I'd read the question differently. She's basically, so her, I don't know, is he or she, saying Alberta doesn't get any tax money from a 30-year maintenance contract. Why would that not be the case? I mean, to maintain the road, you'd have local contractors maintain it, so I don't see that as an issue. I mean, if the government does it, why is that any different from having a government contracting with the contractor versus the...
So your point then is that as if the government was doing it, let's say running their own hospitals, they're not paying tax on their own hospitals anyways. They're not paying tax on their schools, they're not paying tax on their hospitals, they're not paying tax on their bridges.
No, but if you go out and have a maintenance contract on a school or a hospital or road, it doesn't matter. That contractor pays taxes.
All right, give me back the question.
All right.
I wasn't alone. Did you want to, Cliff? No. Okay, we'll take the fifth. So we have a second question here. How about bonds available for sale to Albertans so citizens can invest in the development? From Holy Cow.
I'm not sure I get the bit about the Holy Cow, even though I did grow up on a cattle ranch in BC. So the question is whether or not bonds could be made available to Albertans. Most bonds are sold as private placements that only institutional investors or accredited investors can buy. those institutional investors usually are pension funds, life insurance companies, money managers. So in effect, if you own a mutual fund or you have a pension, you actually probably own some portion of the Edmonton Ring Road because they probably bought, I know I have some money in a fund and I can just look through all the bonds that I've worked on and they're all there. There is not an opportunity to buy them directly.
Okay, so your answer then is that it's an institutional marketplace versus a retail marketplace. Maybe Leo, you could explain the difference as far as yields would go. So in other words, it would end up, from my perspective, it's going to be a much more expensive project if we try to attract retail money. Is that fair?
You could do that, but again, there's technological change in the financial sector. Financial sector is the only one, well, so let me rephrase that. The financial sector thinks everybody should become more efficient except them.
Wait,
and
you didn't get your statement?
Well, Canadian retail bond market is horrendously inefficient, and it doesn't need to be. So I think there's a technological solution. Like what I would do, and I've had this discussion with finance, and they give me the same line that it's too expensive to have a retail bond. But first of all, there is just tremendous, there's an image to these kinds of bonds that would help. It might cost a little bit more, but if you did the marketing and the distribution through an internet product, like most people buy bonds now, I don't see why you couldn't do that. I get offers all the time from my brokers saying there's a new issue at $10 a share on the market, do you want a piece of it? I don't see the cost being that dramatic, that it doesn't have to be dramatically different if we set our mind to it. That's my point.
Okay, so to answer the question, is that maybe that's something we should be thinking about in the future?
Absolutely.
Okay, because the province has done this before with the Alberta savings bonds. And we had a bond issue a few years ago, and I forgot what the rate was, but it was 3 years at 3.25%. And they raised $78 million at that point in time. And it was a 3-year term. So, and I know that for cancer, we've thought in the past that maybe we could have bonds to raise money for cancer facilities by raising money from that standpoint, like a mortgage bond. So it's something that we should be thinking about in the future, for the future.
Okay, can I put a caveat on that? And not from the standpoint of the government, and now I'm talking to Albertans buying these bonds. At current interest rates, there are enough idiots in the market that are willing to buy bonds at a very, very low yield. Be careful. If interest rates go up, 20 or 30 year infrastructure bond is probably not right now your best investment.
So your point there is that these infrastructure projects are 25 to 30 years on average duration, correct?
That's right.
So if somebody a retail person was to buy it, then they're looking at a commitment for, we'll say, 30 years.
That's right.
I think I just heard an endorsement for Alberta proceeding with these P3s because the interest rates are so low, they should be doing them now.
Right?
Yeah,
No,
well.
okay. And that's the banker talking. Do I have a question from the floor? Yes, sir.
I wondered if you could just expand on the point you made about Fort McMurray. I'm the MLA for that region, and you're speaking to the converted about the need for infrastructure up there and how you see this approach as being the solution to that region. If you could all take a moment to address that, I'd be grateful for that.
Well, I just got involved in this about a year ago, and what I noticed is a great willingness of the government to try and find a solution for this. But the inertia within any government to get anything done is just absolutely beyond belief. And there are too many fingers in the pie. Like in this case, I found there are 3 provincial departments, there's a federal department, and so on. Getting all these people on the same page with the companies that would need those roads up there, it's not easy to do. And that's why in any jurisdiction, it takes 10 years lead time. And this, I wasn't kidding, by the end of the decade. If we get that done by the end of the decade, that'd be almost a miracle. We've got everybody to sign off on the permits and the environmental controls and all this stuff. I mean, in Ontario, you just paid somebody for not building a gas-fired plant. Now, is that infrastructure policy gone nuts or what? Right? We need decisive government decision-making. I was talking to in fact, it was in Colombia. We financed some infrastructure there, and they have the same issue. So the president said to me, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try and pass a law. It says for 18 months, everybody can have their say. And after that, we make a decision and we drive on. That's the kind of thing we need in government to get that infrastructure built that we all need. I mean, this is not just Canada. In the United States, there's probably $100 billion worth of improvements to be made to the electricity transmission system because it's totally obsolete. And the brownouts and blackouts are going to be more frequent from here on in. But no one can get their act together. Too many people have to sign off on it before it gets done. And this is a fundamental economic efficiency issue.
Cliff?
Actually, getting the projects done, I think it's very similar to Leo's comment. The hard part is figuring out what the project is, how it's going to be paid for, defining it, what are the objectives, all of that. It's kind of almost getting to the starting line. Once companies know there's a real project out there, they're willing to bid on it, lenders are willing to finance it as long as it makes economic sense. The hard part, and I remember a decade ago, I got calls from companies like Bechtel in London and around the world, and the only question they wanted to know was, will this project go ahead?
Right.
And that's the fundamental question. If the answer is, we don't know, nobody's going to spend any time or money on it. If the answer is yes, all of a sudden we got a different answer.
And there's a commitment of millions of dollars, right?
Well, there's a road in San Diego that went bust because after the approvals were all signed up, somebody sued them in a court over some butterfly overwintering in the desert, tied it up for 10 years in court, and by that time the thing basically was out of money.
Okay. Bill?
Well, I think from what I've seen that the roads in the Fort McMurray area would be great for 3Ps, but as I said earlier, political commitment has to be there and we have to get on it. Even though we've delivered P3s in Alberta earlier than we might have done on a conventional basis, it still takes a good 9 to 14 months to put the deal together anyway. So if we're going to get those roads built, we've got to get on it quickly.
All right. Danielle?
I'm just wondering if you could comment on what seems to be a bit of an inconsistency. On the one hand, we say there needs to be predictable cash flows for P3s to make sense, and yet all the things we're talking about, schools, Anthony Pende, bridges and roads in Fort McMurray, even sidewalks in Calgary, don't seem to actually have that criteria. They don't have predictable cash flows. And I mentioned sidewalks in Calgary, because you talk about transferring risk to the private sector. Well, you may have seen in the newspaper the last couple of days, a company went under. So it's the Public Roads Works Department that has to scramble to do the 250 projects because that private sector company isn't able to deliver on it. So that's one part of the question, is what are the very narrow range of projects with these criteria that you would ever use for a P3? The other part of it is since the vast bulk of infrastructure spending is going to have to be done through traditional government procurement, what are some of the ways that you can improve traditional government procurement rather than just throw up your hands and say it can't be fixed? I guess I'm just wondering why we don't talk about some of the examples from this morning. Why not have a percentage of GDP dedicated to infrastructure or a percentage of surpluses dedicated to maintenance? As Premier Stelmach suggested a few years ago. Is it really that we're only looking at P3s or we can't improve it at all? How do you answer those questions?
Thank you. Now I'm going to try to paraphrase you. On P3 questions, areas such as bridges and roads, where's the cash flow coming from? And then when we take a look at the second part of your question, is that the maintenance for sidewalks and different aspects to it, the responsibility for it versus just if we allocated a certain portion of our budget for infrastructure spending, which in some ways we kind of have in the sustainability budget, but you're thinking specifically more of a rule.
How do you improve traditional procurement?
Thank you. How you improve traditional procurement. Cliff, we'll let you start.
That's good, because I can choose the easy questions and leave my colleagues for the hard ones. A few questions. So predictable cash flow. So any project, lenders and equity providers will not invest in it unless they, can look at the project, say, where's the cash coming from, and how predictable is that? in P3s, there's really two primary sources. One is user pay. So that could be a toll road in California where you're going to forecast the amount of traffic on the road. You're going to figure out how much they are prepared to pay. You're going to look at the contract and say, what rights do you have to increase the tolls or not have those rights? So you're going to have to look at that whole mechanism and forecast a cash flow, and lenders will do that, and they'll say the equity provider has to take the material portion of the risk. They want pretty good assurance that there's going to be enough cars on there that'll pay off the debt. Your example of the ones in Canada, for example, the ring roads in Calgary and Edmonton, those are what we refer to as availability-based payments. So those, the government signs a contract and says, if you build the road, if you plow the snow, if you make the lights work, if you do all these things, and you fill in the potholes and you replace it, then you will get paid so much a month. So really, it's a government paying for a service. And so it's either availability-based, or it's user pay, or some combination of the two. The second question about, I think you gave an example of maintenance, some company going bankrupt in Calgary.
Yes.
I don't know the details of it, but I'll comment on the principle. So I think the principle is, on a P3, the reason you want government money in there, in private sector money in there, is in effect, you don't want to pay them before they provided the service. So typically, there's an ongoing operating payment for day-to-day operations and life cycle. You will only pay that kind of each year as they do the work. If they don't do the work, you stop payment. Similarly, there's a payment every month for capital, for debt and equity. If they stop paying, you're going to say, I'm not paying your debt and equity. And so now if they have $100 million in a project, the private sector has a problem because the government has the right to take it over. And if it costs more money to replace them, say it's 30 million more money, instead of paying them their 100, they only get the 70 back, and the 30 is used to subsidize the next guy who comes in to replace them.
So that sidewalk company wouldn't have received their money all up front. Okay.
Okay.
Leo, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, sure. That leaves me with the
Two hard ones.
That's right. Actually, the percentage of infrastructure spend, or setting some percentage of government revenues for infrastructure spend, that doesn't deal with the efficiency of implementation. And the point to be made is there are probably things that governments can do that are just as efficient as what the private sector. I'm not a great fan of these school projects because I feel that the risk transfer there is pretty minimal. Now, some other people may have a different view, so difference of opinion makes a market. But I would say that the main thing for a percentage of the budget, it doesn't deal with the question. If you really have a project that the private sector could do more efficiently or quicker or whatever, cheaper, that wouldn't deal with that. The predictability of cash flows. I guess that was that is probably a PPP feature. When I invest in infrastructure, I often do it on a direct basis, and we do take a lot of variability risk, particularly if you do a greenfield toll road. The biggest mistake you can make is you overestimate the traffic you're going to get on that. If you did this in Fort McMurray, you got a pretty good fix on how many trucks are going to go down that road and what you'd have to charge them to make the project go around. Besides, I think by now the corporations are probably more willing to come up with a solution that gets done earlier rather than later, and would probably be willing to share some of that risk.
Bill, you said you had a formula. Earlier today, you said you had a formula when you took a look at P3 projects?
No, that's the government's formula. They've developed a formula for trying to figure out how much money the province should put into a project.
Okay.
Cliff mentioned 80% would maybe be the maximum, 80 or 85. In some of our projects here in Alberta, we've put in up to 60% in the last couple of projects. But that's a formula within government.
All right, we have a question up here.
It's encouraging to see that a lot of alternative mechanisms provide services. But what's the
Thank you. So let's just summarize and say, talk about the transparency of the P3 project. Is that fair?
I can tell you what I've seen happens to the projects here. Obviously, the tender award is public information, so anybody can look that up. Who won the job, and what the cost was. The private sector or the public sector comparator is not a public document. It's within government. And that's something that government would not want out, obviously, for competitive reasons. But I can say the government, in looking at their models and building their models, they get outside advice, they get looking at interest rates, the ability on the capital market to raise money. And the other thing that happens, I can just tell you this, is what we see a public sector comparator that is produced by government, and then we see what it would cost on a P3 basis. And if the P3 basis is lower than what it looks like it would cost on a public sector comparator, normally we would say, our committee would say, that's a good deal, we should maybe take it further. But to make sure that there's no sort of screwing around, if I can use that word, with the public sector comparator, the public sector comparator is given to the Attorney General and kept there, and only opened after the tenders come in for the P3 project. So therefore, there's no changes to the public sector comparator. It's only looked at after the P3 bids come in.
Okay. Cliff, from your perspective, anything you want to add?
One thing I would add is that it's very difficult when you're on a project for a government to sort of go to the 11th hour and, you know, you open up the public sector comparator and you find that the private bid is higher and say we're not doing the project. I haven't seen that. You know, I think where the public sector comparator, I haven't seen it in Canada, is useful is that even after the fact, if you're seeing some of these not coming in, then you should be looking at the program. The other thing, public sector comparators are an art, not a science. There is no, you know, here's the right answer. It's a range and they do their best to try to do it, but it's very difficult to sort of predict what something's going to cost if you're not actually bidding it live.
So Cliff, I think I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it quickly, just because we're almost out of time. But how would you say that the process we use in Alberta is perceived to be one of the better processes on a worldwide basis, like as far as being open and fair and competitive?
Yeah, I think Alberta would probably rank #1 in Canada. A couple of reasons. One is it's based on lowest net present value, whereas many other provinces have other criteria which are much more subjective. So most bidders, nobody likes to lose anything, but if you're losing on a hard number, at least it's easily defensible. Alberta will qualify typically 3 bidders and say each of those bidders have been pre-qualified, they're technically capable. When the bids come in, they'll say, are they compliant? They'll check if they're compliant, and then it's the lowest cost. Alberta also is a little less involved in some of the minutiae compared to some of the others. So certainly in talking to bidders, they like the Alberta process.
So we're #1. We've got one last question up here.
My question is, we've been talking about P3s for school buildings as in brand new school builds. Is there a way to adapt that program to achieve major modernization projects?
So the question is, on new school projects, brand new ones, P3s, can we have the most current technology? No, current.
What I'm talking about is funding for major modernization projects. Can we adapt the P3 process to serve that need?
Can we adapt the P3 process to serve that need?
If you're talking about modernization of existing infrastructure, is that what you're saying? Yes. All right. The major impediment to that is the one that I mentioned. If you have had 100 years of tradition of underpricing infrastructure, and then you're bringing in private capital, And the first decision you're going to have to make is send everybody a letter and say your charges have just gone up by a factor of 2 because I'm building in the capital cost as well as the operating cost. That's a tough take. That's one of the reasons I don't get involved. Like, for instance, water systems, right? The Thames Water Company in London is probably the most hated company in the UK. And that's not for a good reason. It's for the reason I just mentioned. They have to basically recover costs that didn't previously get recovered. So yes, in principle, you're absolutely right. But then people would have to be rational about what that implies. In other words, if the public sector cannot do it anymore because it can't raise the funds, you're going to have to adjust the pricing to what needs to be built in to recover all the capital.
I think that's one of the things that we're going to learn about today in a takeaway, that our infrastructure costs, which goes back to your question earlier in the day, how come our infrastructure costs are going up?
Yeah.
And it's because they haven't been properly valued in the past. And it doesn't matter in what area that you're talking about, whether it be in hospitals or schools or water or power generation. Cliff, you get the last word.
Okay. The other challenge of modernizing existing infrastructure is that bidders are going to come in and there's all of the latent defect risks of, what are the foundations like, what's underneath behind the walls, what's environmentally being spilled. So it's much, much easier to do new builds because here it is, piece of clean land. The private sector is now accountable for everything. When you're going in on a fix-up, even if it's fixing up a house, you never know what's behind the walls. Not to say it can't be done, there are some that are done, but it is much more complex.
All right, we get a break now. Until what time do we come back? 3 o'clock. Thank you very much, panel. Well done. minutes after 3. The crowd's a little bit smaller, but we've saved the best for the end. And we've got 3 speakers here, and I tell you what, they're very unique and they're each an individual way. Brad Severin, not only is he my accountant, but he's also, that we're most proud of, is the chair of the Alberta Chamber of Commerce, which he's spent a lot of time on lately. And Brad's got a presentation. Then we've got Christopher Skapak. Scap. I was looking for him earlier so I could pronounce it properly. He is the only student in Alberta that's attending both U of A and U of C at the same time. And then, an organization very dear to me, the United Way, we've got Lucy Miller from Calgary, in the Calgary area. So we're going to get started. So, because the only thing between this group and drinks is Doug Horner.
Now my thanks to the AV Club. And also, I'd like to thank the Minister and Stephen. Thanks so much for this opportunity to allow the Alberta Chambers of Commerce to bring their voice to this discussion. And it is my genuine pleasure and privilege to be able to add the voice of Alberta business to this very important discussion around savings and alternative financing. Now, both issues are critical to the future success of Alberta business and our province as a whole. The ACC represents 126 member chambers, which in turn represents over 23,000 businesses, all of whom care deeply about the future of our province and ensuring that the way forward represents the best environment possible for business. Now, from the ACC's perspective, there are 2 critical and essential elements that emanate from a comprehensive public savings regime: consistency and stability. Now, while all businesses benefit from long-term planning, for those that do business in Alberta, it's significantly more important. Global economic outcomes, exchange rates, political decisions, and even weather all affect our growth. These factors create risk for our businesses and our business community, who, despite the variables, invest billions of dollars into Alberta every year. And in speaking with a close friend just the other day, who does a significant amount of business in the Fort McMurray area, he says there are billions and billions of dollars waiting on the sidelines looking for a postal code. Why can't we make that postal code an Alberta one? And these are the things that concern us as a business community. Business in Alberta looks to our government to enact policies that promote economic stability upon which business can rely to plan into the future with confidence. Confidence that infrastructure projects designated for future development will indeed be completed because there is funding for them provides the stability for business to plan ahead. Government commitment in this area can only be achieved with a stable savings regime that assures funding stability when other sources may not be sufficient. So during these uncertain times, investors are looking for regions with stable and consistent sources for program and infrastructure funding. Consistency within government spending and tax regimes assures investors, planners, business owners, all of these very key individuals in the business communities that Alberta is a safe harbor. And from the perspective of business in this province, this truly is the reason why. It's the answer to the question why our province should be committed to savings. To ameliorate the risk in a boom-bust economic environment and inject a measure of certainty and consistency to allow business to plan the way forward, to allow business to set goals and meet them to make this the best place on the planet to do business. Now, as we're all aware, business in our province is heavily reliant on infrastructure. And while our communities struggle to keep up with aging transportation systems and underground services, they're at the same time attempting to accommodate the influx of in excess of 100,000 people every year. That's the equivalent of a new city in our province every year. We need new residential areas to house workers, better water systems to efficiently accommodate industrial and agrarian growth, and better transportation to move our goods and people to where they are needed most. And unless we're vigilant to stay ahead of the wave, Alberta will find itself unable to access the potential which we know we have. I emphasize infrastructure as a point of note because really it is, in essence, our lid on our economic potential. We can't grow beyond our infrastructure's capacity to meet the needs of business. And as it stands today, I can tell you that what we hear from our constituents is not the best news on this front. We know that Alberta already has an infrastructure deficit which has limited our growth potential, and folks, this just can't continue. Our members realize that some hard decisions must be made in order to ensure that the province continues to lead the way in economic development and are prepared to contribute in whatever way possible to ensure the way forward and to ensure that the way forward leads to the best economic environment in which to do business. Now, it's no secret our government has become reliant on non-renewable resource revenue. No surprise to anyone here. And this poses a particular problem for infrastructure funding. This type of revenue is extremely vulnerable, be it to shocks in world markets, commodity price fluctuations, or exchange rates. Our resource revenue can vary from year to year, and as we certainly have all seen, it's difficult for the government to consistently predict how much is going to come in. When faced with such a shortfall, two things tend to occur. They're not necessarily certainties, but there is a tendency, and one that colloquially has been identified, for these types of things to occur. First, essential infrastructure investments may be postponed. There may still be a commitment to these infrastructure projects. However, in a shortfall, in an environment of shortfall, there is a tendency that they may be postponed. And as mentioned, this has drastic effects on business and delays our economic growth. The second tendency, which might not be as obvious or which may not always be apparent, is that funding to municipalities is often reduced with revenue shortfalls. Now, this is particularly burdensome for business because municipalities tend to supplement subsequent shortfalls with property tax hikes, which are invariably higher for non-residential properties than residential properties. Remember, business doesn't vote. As a result, business is left paying for municipal infrastructure maintenance while seeing projects and contracts delayed with provincial infrastructure. So the effect of inconsistent government spending has another effect on business. Private investment, which is needed to continue to ensure projects are viable, is easily impacted by funding inconsistency. Conversely, stable, consistent funding signals to investors that projects in Alberta will move forward in a timely manner. And in the last few years, there's been a growing discussion of the need for greater private investment in Alberta, making this point particularly salient. So I'm going to make my comments really fairly short and sweet and wrap this up. Savings provides opportunities during those temporary shortfalls to ensure that funding for programs and infrastructure remains consistent and stable. And the Alberta Sustainability Fund, now called the Contingency Account, allowed us to weather the storm of the 2008 recession, and the province's foresight in this matter has been to the benefit of all Albertans. And the ACC really has been ahead of the curve on talking about policies that are important for preservation of wealth in Alberta, identifying issues for the government to act on in areas of savings, spending, taxation. And our Vision 2020 series spoke specifically, particularly in 2006, on the savings conundrum. And the ACC has long advised that when this fund, the contingency account or the stability fund as it has been known in the past, is restored, that it be capped so as to ensure it does not create the opportunity for excessive non-renewable resource revenue expenditures in periods of budgetary shortfalls. And a cap equal to the value of the 5-year average annual resource revenues should sufficiently mitigate unanticipated resource revenue shortfalls for the province in any given year. And that's a recommendation that is drawn directly from Vision 2020. While the contingency account reflects prudent planning and accounts for the short-term bumps of the business cycle, the province must also look to ensuring that it utilizes smart, disciplined spending principles to ensure the effectiveness of public spending. You see, these topics are inextricably tied. The spending notion must preclude our thoughts around savings because at the end of the day, we want to ensure that our economy continues to move forward in an effective manner. And addressing the question of savings requires that we also address whether or not the government is spending in a sustainable and predictable manner. And the ACC has long advocated practices such as limiting per capita spending growth to population growth plus inflation to ensure that public sector expenditures are responsible and sustainable. And this year the province implemented another practice that the ACC has advocated for, being the separation of operational and capital expenditures. Budget 2013 introduced the Fiscal Management Act, which prescribes the preparation and implementation of an operational plan, a capital plan, and a savings plan as the key components of the annual provincial fiscal plan. Now, from businesses' perspective, the implementation of the Fiscal Management Act really just speaks to best practices for business. And really, this represents the adoption of our previous advocacy on these matters. Our constituents believe that from a business point of view, if you are maintaining a balanced operational budget, if you're using available financial leverage within your organization to maximize your capital and to invest in capital projects, if you're monitoring and minimizing your debt servicing costs as well as implementing a program savings principles, these are all good business practices. And we see that the government has made great strides in this direction. These are ones that also can be found in the policies created by the members of the Alberta Chambers of Commerce. And our firm belief is that these practices are going to result in establishing our province as a consistent and stable place to invest, live, work, and prosper. We believe that tough decisions now will bring economic returns and will pave the way forward for Albertans to be in the best place to do business anywhere. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much everyone for allowing me to speak to you today. I just want to say this is a big moment for me because this is the first time in 10 years I'm actually on this side of a classroom. So that is a huge win for me. Okay, well, we'll just skip the laser pointer, but I also want to point out, I'm not sure if Dr. Beaver is still here anymore, but yes, I am training to be an MD. I'm at the University of Calgary right now, so please take all my business advice with a grain of salt. But I also have the pleasure of being an alumni and a student here as well at the University of Alberta. So I want to talk to you today about my ideas and my opinions on basically how we can take our savings, our investment, and our ability to fund here in Alberta and use it to make a larger, stronger economy. I have a very unique vision, well, maybe not so much unique, but a vision of what I'd like to see Alberta achieve. I envision an Alberta where any one of us could basically go into a coffee shop, go into a lineup, start a conversation with the person in front of you, and come up with the next billion-dollar idea. I know we're capable of it, I know we can do it, but what we need to do is put ourselves in the best position to make sure this happens regularly and naturally. So to do that, we actually have to leverage our savings, maximize our investments, and look at the best possible funding methods we can do to encourage innovation, new jobs, new businesses, new technologies. So just to wake you up a little bit before we really get started here, I just have a bit of a test. So I have 3 people I'm going to show you, and there's something in common about each of them. So the first person you might actually recognize, this is J.K. Rowling, the creator of Harry Potter, billionaire, and probably the best thing that ever happened to stockholders of Amazon and every bookstore in the world. The next individual, this is an Alberta native. This is Dr. Lauren Terrell, a founder of 2 biotech startup companies here in Edmonton, and not to mention the person who discovered the first antiretroviral for hepatitis B, a disease that affects over 350 million people around the world. And lastly, but not least, I swear this is only the best picture I could find of this man, but this is the richest man in the world, Bill Gates. So what do these 3 people have in common? They're not all fabulously wealthy, although 2 out of the 3 are. The big thing is they're all innovators. Their ideas were able to flourish in the right place, the right time, with the right resources. What we need to do in Alberta is to have more innovators. We need more people like Lauren Terrell that are our homegrown talent that we can use to develop our next generation of economy and get that revenue we need to get away from natural resources. And Alberta needs to be a leader in innovation. Right now, we're good. We're punching above our weight, but we're not great. And much to the chagrin of some people in this room, we need to be better. We need to try harder. And again, the reason I said is obvious, and it's been restated numerous times before already today. So what I'm going to talk to you now is I'm going to give you examples through the 3 areas we discussed today, our savings, our investments, and our funding, on how we can actually make Alberta more innovative, gather more revenue, start more businesses, and create more jobs. So the first subject is savings. So we had a great discussion this morning. Minister Fawcett gave us a great overview of what we've been doing so far with the Alberta Heritage Savings Trust Fund. And we know that it's worth about $13.8 billion up to this point this year. Now, what Kyle tried to explain, and it maybe got a little bit lost in the moment, was how we actually fund this. So for the first $10 billion of natural resource revenue, the Alberta government will collect 5% of that for savings. Of the next $5 billion of revenue, the Alberta government will collect 25% of savings. So that's $15 billion. And from that revenue, we would save $1 billion. 6.6% of $15 billion is what we would save. Not even close to what Peter Lougheed envisioned with a 30% retainment of natural resource revenue. We need to do better. And one of the reasons is the Heritage Savings Trust Fund isn't the only fund. We talked about these earlier as well. The Alberta Heritage Medical Research Fund, the Alberta Heritage Science and Engineering Research Fund. These are innovation funds. They're meant to stir research, innovation, and job creation. There's 2 others I haven't even listed here, the Alberta Scholarship Fund and the Alberta Access to the Future Fund. All of these would be funded, if we had $15 billion in revenue, with $1 billion in savings. Where does it go? How do we choose which fund to put it into to get the best bang for our buck? That's a tough decision. Now, I can tell you that if we invest in things like higher education and research, it is a good investment. There's a 3-to-1 return rate for every dollar invested in higher education. Another interesting fact is in Canada, the people with advanced degrees from university supply 44% of income tax revenue. So if we can fund more people to have a higher level education, to be more innovative, to be more entrepreneurial, we will increase our revenue base and thus increase our savings, increase our ability to invest and our ability to fund. So long and the short of it is according, at least to my opinion, for natural resource revenue, I think we need to invest more revenue. Those numbers I told you, those are the minimum. But we can raise the minimum. We haven't set a maximum. So there's a lot of room the government can actually play with these policies to try and get us as much as we possibly can out of this money and this resource. The second thing I'm going to be talking about is maximizing our investment in innovation. So Alberta puts billions of dollars towards post-secondary education. And to the members of Treasury Board in the room, you can put billions more, as far as I'm concerned. But why do we do it? Well, the logical answer is to say, so we can train tomorrow's workforce, so we can create more worker bees. So we're training this workforce, but the question we have to ask ourselves, is it the same thing we've always had? Or is this an innovative, dynamic, and progressive workforce? And to be perfectly honest, I would say no, we do not have an innovative workforce, at least to some degree. Now, the reason I say this is, again, most people in Alberta, they'll go out and they'll find jobs and they'll work and they'll do the same things that their parents have done. But it's that entrepreneurial spirit that we really need to cultivate in students and young people in Alberta that will actually create an innovative workforce that will allow us to move into a knowledge-based economy rather than a resource. So in a recent OECD report looking at innovation and long-term growth in Canada, they found that Canada's weakest area in capacity to innovate is entrepreneurship. That we don't have that spirit in the young people of today. So that's a major factor, of how we can actually increase revenue and increase diversification of our economy. It's not there, and it's known. So what's the solution to this? Well, we can teach everyone in post-secondary institutions to be entrepreneurs. We have great business schools. Why can't we take people in science, sociology, engineering, and tell them how to take an idea and run with it? What they can do to actually bring something forward to make it their own. Well, we can also give people practical skills. Now, this is something that's not quite the same at technical schools. Nate and Sate do a great job at actually giving students firsthand experience. But I can be perfectly honest. As a PhD student, if you took me and put me in a biotech or a chemical company, I would have no clue what to do. I could think in a very high and elevated way of what you should do, but I couldn't tell you how to do it. Getting students and young individuals the skills they need would be a phenomenal benefit to our current economy and also enable them to think innovatively for the future of the economy. And lastly, we need to encourage industry and university collaboration. You look at where the University of Alberta is relative to the Edmonton Research Park. Not exactly a collaborative relationship, considering one is at the extreme end of the city. By integrating universities and industry, we can actually have a place where students can get firsthand experience, foster ideas, and turn them into innovations and developments. The last thing I want to talk about is new ways of funding innovation. And I should have actually changed this slide. It should be new ways of funding ideas. So we've heard a lot today about P3s. I don't think anyone actually mentioned P4s, but of funding for large, big infrastructure capital projects. But what about the rest? That leaves a whole lump sum of government and expenditures for Alberta that no one's even touched on. So I have one idea for you. Crowdfunding. To those of you who have heard it, this might be a new term. So what crowdfunding basically is, it's a private venture where individual private citizens will actually invest their own money, almost like a donation, to see a project come off the ground. Now, how could the Alberta government do anything with this? Well, I can tell you that the government could provide a mechanism to do this. So currently, the best example we have of crowdfunding is something that was started in the United States called Kickstarter. It's a website where if someone has an idea, you can go online and solicit seed money from individuals around the world. It's private, completely no public dollars, and the individual actually promoting the idea has full control. They have full ownership. But what the people in the community get to do is they get to select with their money, their private money, what's important and what they want to see brought forward. So an example I want to show you is this is something that actually just came out of Toronto. Kickstarter finally opened up a Canada website. So this is a Kickstarter ad to create a new app that allows you to take a picture of design sketches you have made, and it'll actually turn it into a functioning prototype. So these individuals were looking to get $30,000, and from 1,200 people, they passed that goal. This is a startup. This is their seed funding. Alberta right now does a horrible job at seed funding new innovations. As a budding entrepreneur, and I'm not saying I'm a good one, I remember I'm trying to become a doctor, I actually tried to get seed funding for my new diagnostic equipment. It took me 3 years to get $30,000. My only other alternative was to go deeper in debt, and believe me, that's at the point of burying me alive right now. So things like crowdfunding could be used for art projects, they could be used for technology, they could be used to make a movie. What you have is an untapped source of funding for small areas of society in Alberta that's not private, or sorry, that's not public, but can be facilitated by a public entity like the provincial government. So those are just 3 ideas I'd like to share that we could use, potentially, to try and increase innovation in our economy. You might not agree, but I thought I'd throw you guys a twist. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm the first woman of the day and the last speaker, Premier at the beginning, and the last speaker before you, so only you have the worst spot, a worse spot than me. We have had outstanding presentations today that have captured some major themes. We need to save, we need to live within our means, we need to explore alternative revenue streams, we need to invest in ways that will allow us to maximize our dollars. I strongly support all of these. With a background in education and not-for-profit, I have been accused of having a rather Pollyanna perspective to share, but I prefer to define it as a perspective of hope, grounded in a recognition of the value of one of Alberta's greatest resources, and that is its human capital. Our experience in fundraising in the not-for-profit sector consistently shows that donors want to invest in areas in which we can demonstrate the highest return on investment. As a province, what are the issues on which we can have the greatest impact? Where can we invest so that we actually move the needle on high-cost social issues? If we think of Alberta as a huge grid of opportunity, where can we invest so that we connect all Albertans to the grid, resulting in increased revenues and decreased social costs? I would like to identify a few to demonstrate this line of thinking, but emphasize the fact that the issues need to be identified by Albertans, and I think we're doing a really good job of that, involving Albertans in helping us look at where we want to go and how we want to get there. They need to be supported by research and intentionally linked to our shared vision for the province. So the first one is linked to human capital, and it is to strategically invest in improving high school completion rates. At 74% in 2011, Alberta's graduation rate is one of the lowest in Canada. In the city of Calgary, we have 3,000 kids every year who drop out of high school, who do not finish high school in 3 years. Alberta businesses are in desperate need of skilled and educated workers. It is estimated by 2017 that there will be 100,000 unfilled jobs in Alberta. This investment requires shaping the direction of our education system to meet the future needs of the province and developing a culture that values education and educational achievement. It recognizes the trades and technology as a viable and valuable career option. It makes it possible for students to afford education. And it produces a highly educated, highly skilled generation who are innovative and adaptable to whatever really exists at the time when they are going out into the world of work. We are educating a generation for a reality that we can't imagine. So rather than committing too much to solving the problems of the next generation, we may want to consider investing in that next generation so that they can solve them themselves. By leveraging resources and mobilizing volunteers, engaging Albertans and organizations to come together, we can collectively provide an innovative and integrated approach to connect youth, to mentors, to tutors, to connectors, to remove barriers for vulnerable youth to complete high school, to engage and inform youth of options for furthering their education, moving toward a productive career. The estimated annual cost to society per high school dropout is $15,585 per student per year for the rest of their life. This cost per year is the result of earning loss, use of social assistance, health care, crime and tax revenue loss for every dropout. In Calgary, we've prototyped an initiative called All In for Youth, and it's showing very promising results. We are cutting dropout rates in half. We predict that an investment of $10 million over 5 years will result in a tenfold return on investment. This approach to investing provincial dollars requires collaborating with systems, all levels of government, and whatever partners that are required to provide an integrated solution to a key issue in the province, and preferably one that is identified by Albertans as something that is valued by all or most as critical to moving our province forward. Linked to this, but important enough to mention separately, is the importance of changing public attitudes about careers in the trades and technology. This would require a high-profile, high-tech, high-touch campaign with cross-sector champions standing shoulder to shoulder. Secondly, we need to strategically invest in improving early childhood development. The Early Child Development Mapping Project in Alberta tells us that 1 in 4 children in Alberta are behind in at least one developmental area by the time they enter kindergarten. And I always wonder, it's kind of interesting, if you look at that statistic, that we also have 1 in 4 kids who don't finish high school. This result is generally consistent across socioeconomic groups. In Canada, the economic costs of delayed development could be as high as 20% of our GDP over the next 60 years. Nobel Prize winner James Heckman calculates that $1 invested in early childhood is equivalent to $3 spent on school-aged children and $8 on young adults. Similar cases could be made for strategically invested in healthy living, in mental health, and in the success of our Aboriginal people and new Canadians. We must look at making investment in social programs that will have an impact. Prudent, impactful investments today will save us enormous amounts of money down the road. Albertans must empower the government to take a long-term view of these issues rather than looking from one budget cycle to the next, recognizing that addressing root causes is complex and systemic solutions require a commitment and take time. We need a long-term vision, and we need to stay focused on achieving that vision. When we speak about investment in social programs, the significance of Albertans' not-for-profit sector is a critical part of the discussion. The not-for-profit sector in Alberta generates $1.6 billion in annual revenues. 175,000 people in Alberta work in the not-for-profit sector. We have a significant impact on the province, both economically and socially. Economically, besides the $1.6 billion in annual revenues the sector generates, the savings that result from the collective social impact of the not-for-profit sector is reflected in reduced use of social assistance, health care, savings in the justice system, and increased tax revenue when Albertans are contributing to the economy because their success has been supported. Return on investment can be as high as 23 to 1. Social impact, more importantly, is reflected in the quality of life that is enhanced for all Albertans whenever our vulnerable neighbors are connected to the grid of opportunity. The convening role of the not-for-profit sector is another critical role that the not-for-profit sector plays in moving the province forward. Non-for-profits are uniquely positioned to bring other sectors together around social issues and are experienced at transparency, at measuring and reporting on the impact of the investment. Bringing corporate partners, all levels of government, the social sector, philanthropic partners, individual stakeholders, and communities together is what we do. The sector is nimble and able to be responsive and to play the leadership role that is required in successful, bold collaborations. Given the significance of the sector, an important part of building Alberta needs to be a commitment to being intentional about the value we play in the sector. This involves capacity building of the public around the critical role of the sector, as Minister Horner did this morning when he stood up here and talked about the importance of the not-for-profit sector. Being deliberate about collaborating with the sector and making connections between provincial directions and priorities and the opportunities we have for alignment. It also involves being intentional about supporting the continued development of a strong, vibrant network of not-for-profit that have on-the-ground knowledge and relationships that are required to work efficiently and effectively in communities across the province. This can't be done without looking at questions of compensation for the sector, as was mentioned this morning, and creating strategies that ensure that not-for-profit can compete for a knowledgeable and experienced workforce and staff. Savings are an important component of the government's mandate and have to be balanced with a mandate to establish an environment where systems are in place to support people being successful in contributing to and engaging in the economy. We must look to new sources of revenue and also have to consider the costs of some sources of revenue, such as gaming. These are societal questions about whether government should be an advocate for unhealthy lifestyles. We need to have a serious conversation about taxes, what they should look like in order to sustain the kind of expectations Albertans identify. We need to look at creative strategies like social impact bonds, transportation tolls. We have infrastructure needs. They are physical, but they are also social and cultural. We have to be realistic about how we are going to pay for all of that, plus all of the other demands that will unfold in a growing province. To leverage available dollars, collaboration between all levels of government, but especially provincial and municipal, will be critical. Moving forward in an economically responsible way will require us to be bold as a province. It will require strong leadership and a shared understanding and shared responsibility for Albertans. We will build a strong Alberta if we produce a highly educated workforce, a competitive tax structure, with a strong physical and social infrastructure and strong cultural prosperity that will attract investors and families and support the building of safe, caring, and well-rounded, successful communities. Thank you so much.
Okay, do I have a question to get started with? Okay, Doug? No, I'm just joking. Lucy, I have a question for you. You talked about, it's interesting too. Brad, you talk about our lid. Our lid is infrastructure. Chris, you talked about our lid, and I would have to say it's post-secondary. And Lucy, you talk about our lid, and I would have to say it's having a strong nonprofit organization. So if we don't have a strong nonprofit organization, or we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the commitment to post-secondary, those are lids that we have in our futures, and we've got to deal with them. But Lucy, you talked about as well the social network or the social bonds. And earlier we heard it from the standpoint of correctional services. I'm just wondering whether you had something else in mind when you mentioned that. You just kind of touched on that.
I think we were talking about the same thing, but when I talk about them, I kind of think of what we do already in the not-for-profit sector. So for example, last year when we launched the prototype for All In for Youth that I described in my talk, we went out to a few investors and we presented a business case, and within a week had collected $5 million of money to invest based on our commitment to cut the dropout rate in half in the province or in the city in the next 3 to 5 years. So it's not as if we don't have an interest expressed by investors in investing in something like that. So I think in a province like Alberta, this is a place where we could do something like that and perhaps formalize the structure more. But I think already on an informal basis, it exists in the not-for-profit sector.
Okay, so the concept though of keeping students in school and raising $5 million, isn't that something United Way, one of the things about the new United Way is you're looking for special projects that you can fund as on top of your day-to-day or annual campaign?
It is above and beyond our campaign, and the difference in it is that one part of it is investing and raising money, but the big part of it is the convening role. So this is about bringing people together to actually win on an issue. So instead of just, a variety of people investing in high school completion, we've brought together both levels of government. We've brought together individual philanthropists, the school districts, not-for-profit, 6 big now, corporate partners who have loaned us 300 volunteers who are teamed up with students and are mentoring them. So this is about bringing people together so we can actually win on issues. Because until people share responsibility for the win, it's more difficult to win.
Good, thank you. Now we do have some questions. You'll be third, you're first. So the question for the people on the internet is, what suggestions do you have for crowdfunding for us here in Alberta? Is that fair?
So now, actually, just talking with Brad next to me, so there was actually a Alberta portal I've never even heard of that is involved in crowdfunding called Alberta Booster.
Correct.
And something like this, apparently it already exists, but how many people are using it? So having that infrastructure similar to Kickstarter, that's something just provincial, that's Alberta-based, is a huge thing. The second is you brought up tax credits. This is one aspect of financing for innovation and technology development that you said about with Obama is a very logical way to go. Using tax credits to reward those that are willing to actually invest in startups and seed money is a brilliant idea. Those are probably, providing the portal and a small incentive like that is probably the best thing I could think of.
Brad, I'm sure you want to add to this.
Yeah, I certainly do have some experience with the ATB Alberta Booster program, and in fact, it just launched in September, and it in fact has captured a number of local businesses. A very successful one, Poppy Barley, which is a company that met its fundraising commitment in a matter of hours, and has been very successful in a custom boots production. But I mean, it ranges from anything from a film production to manufacturing of clothing and jewelry, and if you view it, it's opportunities for innovation and entrepreneurship that Christopher has referred to. And yeah, Alberta is there. ATB has launched this, and where's our friend Dave Mowat? I think Dave has maybe went to the football game. Too bad for him. But really applaud ATB's efforts in recognizing this very innovative means of entrepreneurship and moving forward in that space.
Good, thank you. Over here, where was that second question? Yes, sir. You talking about Brad? Yeah, it's okay. I called him Greg the other day. So your question is, agriculture is feeling maybe like a second-class citizen, but it is the largest renewable resource we have. Okay. And Brad?
Yeah, that's certainly our constituents contain members of the agrarian community, the agricultural community, and we certainly do recognize the challenges that agriculture faces in Western Canada in general, but also recognize that, yeah, agriculture is certainly a key staple economy within our province. And we can't forget and can't ignore the fact that agriculture is one of our principal non-renewable resources. I think that what always draws our eye, of course, to our non-renewable natural resource is the interest that our government has in the underlying resource itself and its ability to generate this non-renewable resource revenue on an annual basis for the benefit of all Albertans. You know, it seems like agriculture is sometimes treated like the red-headed, left-handed stepchild, but you know, I don't think there's anyone here who believes that agriculture doesn't have a key role in this Alberta economy. And I know the Alberta Chambers certainly recognizes and appreciates our agrarian members.
Thank you. Chris?
That's a great point. And I think people need to remember that farmers innovate. It happens all the time. They find better ways of doing things. They find new ways to come up with new machinery, new products. You look at even different products coming to market like echinacea or ginseng. There's different ways that farmers could innovate all the time, and they're doing it here in Alberta. Now, for a farmer who has such a high overhead cost already, having seed funding to actually start up one of those projects wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah. I'd just like to add, as my role, the Honorary Consul for the Netherlands, is that the export that we're working on, the trade agreement between Europe and Canada, with the federal government and the provincial governments across Canada, is that is huge. It'd be colossal from the standpoint of agricultural exports, and it's very much in focus. Is one of the principles, not the only, but it's one of the principles behind it. I've got two more questions, and you're next. So for the internet, the question is, would we support energy efficiency from the Chamber of Commerce?
Well, from a global perspective, the Alberta Chambers of Commerce is supportive of any measures or investments that are good for business in Alberta. And if certainly we can quantify the benefits of energy efficiency, why would we not?
I would think if we had the Minister of Environment, if she was here, she would say that she's 100% behind energy efficiencies. And she would want Alberta to be perceived to be a leader in that area. Yes, sir.
What was that?
Making the most knowledgeable people
Available to them, yeah.
What was the question?
So
Why don't you just repeat it so we have it clear?
Yeah. So the first part of the question is about is the 175,000 people that I mentioned, is that all paid employees, or is it volunteers, or does it include both? And that is the number across the province who actually work in the not-for-profit sector. Like I know in United Way, just in United Way in Calgary, we have 11,000 volunteers besides
on top of?
Yeah, we have a small staff, but then we have 11,000 volunteers. And then the second part of the question was about, I made a comment about the importance of making making not-for-profits competitive in terms of a workforce, because I know, like I've been working in the not-for-profit sector now for just a year and a half, and I cannot believe the turnover in staff. And the reason for that is because we pay less than anybody else. So we end up getting people who are coming in at an entry level, and then as soon as they get a little bit of experience or get an opportunity where they'll make a little bit more money, of course they're going to move on. So it's really, when you think of how important the not-for-profit sector is, it's really important that we are able to be competitive, but it's difficult to be competitive when you're a not-for-profit. You're almost embarrassed to pay people what they're worth. You know, you can't, you just can't. People always ask, what's your overhead, what's your, you know, so you're very cognizant of that.
Did she answer your question? Thank you very much. Do I have one last question? Yes, well, you're first, you're second, you're third. So just to keep it quick, I'm going to say the social impact bonds. Please comment.
If you take social impact bonds out of the conversation completely and just talk about how we operate, and I'll speak for United Way. So we identify the outcomes we're going to achieve. So we do it every year, and we ask the agencies that we fund to identify the outcomes they're going to achieve. And we go in and monitor that, and that's where those 11,000 volunteers come into play. They go into the agencies and track the achievement of the outcomes, and annually we report on the achievement of the outcomes. So if you think about the fact that a social income bond and the thing that seems to hold back the whole move towards social impact bonds is the idea of tracking it and identifying the outcomes, that we're already doing that. So it seems to me that it's not a huge leap from existing practice in best practice not-for-profits and where we're dreaming of going.
So is it like preventive medicine? Like if you take better care of yourself, it won't cost as much later on?
If I can just give a bit of a handle on that, the United Kingdom has an interesting system where they actually reward the doctors more for how healthy their patients are. So that if a physician is able to get his patients to quit smoking, he actually receives more money. So a different take on the social bond.
So we're more at the beginning of this conversation, not just today, but as a society than we are in the middle. Fair enough? We had yes, sir. I'm wondering what your question is. So I'm going to repeat the question. So what are we doing to have our youth have a better experience in the workforce?
And there are, everything you said those are things that as an education system in Alberta, when I was in education, and I was until a year and a half ago, we were looking at ways to involve students in the community, looking at how to involve parents in the early childhood. And I think as a province, those are things we're looking at. Like right now, we have a lot of prototyping going on across the province because we are genuinely looking at where we want to go in order to design a school system that meets our needs. So I do agree with you that it's critical that we look at best practices around the world and also some of the best practices that were identified in the AZ projects we did over the last several years here in the province, and then not be afraid to go there. Not be afraid to try things that are untraditional if they're showing good results.
I think that's a great comment, not to be afraid. Chris.
Thank you. So some of the things we're doing in schools today here in Alberta to get students involved in the workforce, at least in the K-12 system, is things like the RAP program, getting them involved in trades that can actually go for high school credits, so they could actually work as a heavy-duty mechanic or a welder. Now, unfortunately, it's actually quite limited, as the RAP program is just for trades, but there's other ways we could expand this. You know, for students that are interested in things like accounting or business, there's opportunities there to get students more involved in the form of a co-op or an internship at the K-12 level. For schools in some European countries, the students actually have to pick their stream quite actually early on. So if they want to become a welder, that is something they'll be trained for almost from the get-go of when they actually set out into high school. So that is their stream from there on. So there's different methods of doing that.
Lucy.
I just don't want to lose this. Also, a really good practice that I have seen, I was part of when I was a superintendent in Ontario, is really involving kids in the community. So one of the practices there, and I consider it a best practice, was that children had to complete so many volunteer hours as part of their high school completion. And when I think about a province like ours and a city like I work in and a city like Edmonton or any of our rural communities, especially the generation coming up now, they want to be engaged in their community. So I really hope that that is the direction we will go as a province because our young people need to own where we go.
And I agree. I think our young people are really need to be engaged, and we have to make sure that their parents are engaged as well. If you can ask your question and just ask the question, sir, yes? Okay, so the question is, effectively, the leadership for this province on this social commitment that you're looking for and the actual savings as a part two of this.
Well, when I talk about requiring bold leadership to move this forward, I think what I'm saying is I think we've launched a path that makes me very hopeful because we're in a room talking about what it looks like when the best happens. That's what all the consultations of Inspiring Education were about, the social policy framework, that's what that was about. And I think sticking on this path and being fearless in moving it forward is the direction that we need to continue. We need to stay on that path. So I like where we're going. I think we have strong leadership who are asking the questions and who are always saying, what else can we do? Where are the gaps? What do we need to do? What are the barriers? So I'm optimistic about that. The second part of it was
The amount of savings.
the amount of savings. So in my talk, I talked about the return on investment when you invest in social impact. And I mean, the high school completion is a perfect example. If we know that every child who drops out of high school is costing us $15,850 a year, every child we bring back is a huge savings, not only from an economical perspective on what they'll cost us over their lifetime, but when a child is not involved, that child is not contributing, and we're not building the kind of Alberta that we're trying to build.
It's a double-edged sword.
Yes,
Okay.
It's a win-win.
We're about 6 minutes past my time. But I would like to thank you so much, the three of you. Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. Mr. Horner, if you'd like to come up here, please.
Well, the crowd has definitely thinned out a little bit from where we started, but I want to say, first of all, before we wrap up today, I want to say thank you to all of those who were here through the day, and certainly to those of you who are here right now, and to those of you who are watching it online and listening. I also want to say a very huge thank you to my MLA colleagues. And I say MLA colleagues because this was open invitation to all MLAs, both government and opposition, and to their guests, because we want you to hear what we hear. We want you to hear and be able to ask questions the same way that we can and that other Albertans can. For some of you, this is the first summit. For some of you, it's the second summit, but I want to tell you that your input from that last event was as important to our decision-making for Budget 2013 as this event will be for Budget 2014. The discussions that emerged during that day helped lay the foundation for this summit as well. Today's event, in turn, is going to help us make this a better process as we go forward every year. I hope that for you and for those of you listening, today proved to be interesting, informative, and maybe even a bit enlightening. I certainly learned a few things about some areas of the world, what they're doing, and some of the things that have been suggested to us, and some of the positives and the negatives of that. And I want to say as well to all of our panel members, thank you very much. You took your Saturday, you did a great job of presentations. You got us to think about things, and you got some good questions out of all of the groups. Leo, I don't know what we fed you for lunch, but it must have made you grumpy or something. I don't know. But I do want to say a great big thank you, and would you please give all of them a round of applause? And as I said, like the summit in February, today's event included a very broad spectrum of people. It crossed political lines, it encouraged different points of view, and it spurred some very valuable debate. It reminded me a bit of session at times, maybe with a lot less shouting. You guys are a lot better behaved than we are sometimes in the legislature. But even if there had been some shouting, as the Premier said, it would have come from the passion that all of you have and the commitment you have for our province and for the future. And so building Alberta is not an exercise that we take lightly. What we learned from these summits is going to, as I said, play a very important role in how we start to shape that future. It's no exaggeration to say that the path we'll be following is being charted in part by what we take away from last summit, this summit, and the summits to come. Underlying the discussions at both of the summits has been Alberta's strengths, including the steadily growing economy and all the things that make living in Alberta so attractive to the people who live here and the people who want to live here, such as the jobs, the low taxes, and the high quality of life. We also recognize our challenges, like our economic reliance on energy, which can be decidedly unreliable as a source of revenue, and at least when it comes to price volatility. Another ongoing challenge, as I made comments in some of my answers this morning, is our growing population. A week and a half ago, it was announced that Alberta has passed the 4 million people mark. And we are on track to add another 1 million people before the kids starting school today graduate. A new challenge for this summit is also the flood and the high cost of recovery and the rebuilding. At a cost now estimated to be around $6 billion. It's something we'll be paying for a number of years. So in the context of our strengths and in light of our challenges, the focus of today's summit was savings and alternative financing. And we looked at, as we started, Alberta's past saving strategies. We talked about the evolution of the Heritage Savings Trust Fund and discussed past experiences with spending restraint and capital investment. And I have to say, one of the things that I was thinking about as I was listening to Kyle's presentation and I was listening to some of the other discussions around what happened with Peter Lougheed and 1976, what did Alberta look like in 1976? How many people were in our province? How long did they think energy was going to last? What was our economy based on? We're in a different situation today, and we may need to take a different approach. So we've examined some savings opportunities. We've examined the challenges to savings. We've looked at what we've heard from other places like Alaska, like Norway, other governments, other financial institutions. And one of the big questions still comes back to us, why are we saving? What's the purpose of the saving? When do we spend it on what? I thought it was great. How do you define the rainy day? You can't. We need to start talking about what we're doing this for. We discussed alternative financing for public infrastructure. We talked about what we're currently doing and what other options we could explore so we can save some and build at the same time. And I know that Don and Mike are very keen on what Leo talked about in terms of the Fort McMurray toll road opportunity. And I say toll road because he meant toll road. Right? Absolutely, he said. But it is something that we should not simply say we're not going to do because we've never done it before. Albertans have never done that. We've never not done something because we've never done it before. In fact, we've always led And I thought it with great interest that the Premier started out by saying there is no assumptions here that the decisions have already been made. I know Graham Thompson and I had this discussion a little while ago, and he thought that maybe I was doing this because, well, it just needed to be done. It's not why we're doing this. We're doing this because we need to listen to Albertans. We're doing this because we want to get the ideas. That's what we got elected to do, is to listen and then to act. And I think you got from the Premier a fairly significant commitment that that's exactly what we're going to be doing. We heard about net assets have to be protected. We are the only jurisdiction in Canada, probably North America, that has net assets and will be growing those net assets. Even Alaska can't make that claim, but you can as Albertans, and we're going to protect that. The environment we operate, as I said, is much different than it was when we established the funds. Another thing I thought was very interesting, one of the comments that was made, and we need to take this away, that this is a very positive discussion. This is not a negative discussion. Can you imagine how many other jurisdictions in North America would love to have this problem, this discussion? So we should approach it with optimism and hope the way our pioneers in Alberta did. We don't want to create and I'm almost afraid to say this because we're disparaging another jurisdiction, but a Detroit of pensioners. That's not my comment, it came up from out of there, just in case anybody's writing it down. But that is something that I think we need to be cognizant of. Cliff talked about airports and building and the alternative financing methods. Well, they use a toll. Every airport improvement fee that I've ever paid, one could consider to be a toll. I do love the 250 pages to 6 pieces jigsaw joke. I'm probably going to use that again in case you're wondering. But I thought it was interesting because it's a very complex. P3s can be very complex. P4s can be very complex. P5s can be very complex. And I thought the discussion around the alternative financing was one that really gets people thinking about what the art of the possible could be. And I think we're going to be exploring that a lot more. I thought, too, when Brad talked about smart and disciplined spending has to be combined with whatever saving strategy you're going to do. The living within our means and building Alberta can also be building Alberta's assets, building Alberta's savings. But it has to be combined with appropriate results-based budgeting analysis, smart spending. Chris talked about the next billion-dollar idea needs to come from where we are in Alberta. You know, and Brad also talked about businesses looking for a new postal code. I thought that was a very good message for us to think about. What's the postal code that we can do to attract all those businesses to come here so that that next bright idea can be generated in the coffee shop or the lineup? In Chris's case, it would be the lineup at the bookstore probably because, I don't know, you've been a student for how long now? 13 years. I was going to make a joke about that, but I thought you did such a great presentation, I don't want to, because you did. You did a fabulous presentation, Chris, and I really want to thank you for that. And I agree with you. When you look at the trust funds that we've done, they've done a tremendous amount of work for us. They have turned the tide on a number of different things. They've done some very exceptional things for research and development in our province and for that piece. But one of the things that I know the Minister Mikasic is working on is entrepreneurship. How can we build that into our school curriculum? How can we make it work? Seed funding, cloud funding, the mechanism to get things going. I thought it was great that we were able to talk about the fact that it is out there and it is starting to work. The not-for-profit sector. And I did make a comment earlier on this morning about the fact that partnership with the not-for-profit sector can give taxpayers of Alberta tremendous value. We need to make sure that we get that message out there and we do the business case that shows taxpayers that there is tremendous value in helping the not-for-profit sector do a lot of the things that we can't do. Savings and investment in this area need to be long-term and they need to be thought out and well thought out. That's a good message for us to take home. The other one that I think is a very good message to take home is the connecting vulnerable Albertans to the grid of opportunity is going to be an economic enabler for our province. How do we do that? And maybe we can use our savings to accomplish that. That's a good answer to one of those questions. So there's one thing I know for sure. It is that we can't stop building Alberta. We can't stop building the quality of life. There's some really important questions and the discussions that I heard today are part of that. My hope for today's summit was to come out of it with a better understanding of the purpose or purposes for savings. I think we had some good points around that. How we deal with that, how we resonate that with Albertans is going to be important. I know one of the comments was, well, if you want them to be resonating with savings, send them a check every year. I'm not sure that the other side of that would be raise the taxes for it. I'm not sure. We'll have to talk about that. I also hoped we'd leave here able to provide everyone with a better understanding of the benefits and the potential uses for alternative financing. The consultations, and I think Kyle touched on this morning too, the consultations with Albertans over the last year told us savings was a priority, good times and bad times. We heard it all last fall during the budget consultations. We heard it all the way leading up to the budget. We also heard that pay-as-you-go for building Alberta's infrastructure is probably not the smartest approach that we've ever done. So that's why the Budget 2013 created that annual legislated savings plan, took that specific portion of non-renewable resources, puts it in the contingency account, builds on that. So going forward, we're going to continue to keep having these conversations. We need to hear what we should do with those savings and how to finance our actions to continue to build the province. Over the next 2 weeks, I'll be meeting with Albertans across the province to get their views on the next budget. Many of you in the room, your organizations, who you might represent, will be sending us the presentations. I've already received some of those. Going to be meeting with business groups like the Edmonton and Calgary Chambers of Commerce, the Alberta Enterprise Group, the Alberta Chambers of Commerce. We're going to be talking about savings and alternative financing, and Albertans can also participate in an online survey about the budget and its savings so that we can ensure that everyone has an opportunity. We want to hear what they have to say. They can read about this economic summit, they can complete the online survey, or they can attend an open house in or near a community near them. And once again, to all of those who've been involved in this, in the establishment of, or the volunteers that we have working in the hallway, the people that have been doing the name tags, the people who have been phoning you to come to the summit, I want to say thank you. We've covered a lot of ground. We've heard a lot of viewpoints. We've had some very good discussion. I think we've had a very successful day. And at the first summit we had in February, Premier Redford said she wanted to make these summits an annual event. So we did a little better than that with this one, coming just about 8 months since the February summit. But we do hope to continue these summits each fall. These will be the kickoff point for the budget consultations. And what we take away from these events is invaluable when it comes to planning that budget and the pieces that move forward. You've had almost all of our cabinet ministers at one point or another, and I see many of them still in the room, listening, taking notes, because they're going to be making presentations to Treasury Board on their budgets coming forward. These are the kinds of things and the narratives that they will be putting into those presentations. And that is crucial in moving us forward as we do continue to advance and build Alberta. So I want to say, as a final wrap-up, thank you. Your passion for our province, your commitment to spending a Saturday with us to talk about where we should go, really gives me hope about where we're going in this province, because Albertans have never been one to lay down, and we've never been one not to do the unexpected or what people will call the impossible. We can make it happen with a can-do spirit. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday, and God bless.